Okay. Good evening. Welcome to the Costa Mesa Planning Commission meeting for Monday, February 8th, 2021. I now call the meeting to order, and I will ask my fellow commissioners to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please mute your microphones before we do that. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great, thank you. Okay, Julie, roll call vote, voice roll call, please. I'll get it right.
Just 1 second, please.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready now. Chair Jericho,
Here.
Vice Chair Colbert,
Present.
Commissioner Russell,
Present.
Commissioner Stevens,
Present.
Commissioner Toller,
Present.
Commissioner Torje,
Here.
Commissioner Zick.
Here.
Okay, thank you, Julie, very much. Announcements: in order to minimize the spread of the COVID-19 virus, Governor Newsom has issued executive orders that temporarily suspend requirements of the Brown Act, which allows Planning Commission members to attend Planning Commission meetings telephonically. Given the health risks associated with COVID-19, the City Council chambers will be closed to the public until further notice. If you would like to participate in this meeting, you can participate via the following options. You are strongly encouraged to observe the Planning Commission meetings live on Costa Mesa TV, Spectrum Channel 3, and AT&T UVerse Channel 99, and online at youtube.com/Costa Mesa TV. You can also participate via Zoom by following the instructions on tonight's agenda, which you can find online at the city's website. During the public comment portion of the meeting, if you are participating via Zoom, use the raise hand function located in the participants window and wait for city staff to announce your name and unmute your line when it is your turn to speak. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise directed. You can also participate in tonight's meeting via telephone by dialing 1-669-900-6833. The webinar ID is 960-6037-9921, and the passcode is 595958. During the public comment period, if you are participating by telephone, press *9 to add yourself to the queue and wait for city staff to announce your name or phone number, and then press *6 to unmute your line when it is your turn to speak. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise directed. And it'll be a nice day when we don't have to read that anymore. Okay, that takes us to public comments. Public comments is an opportunity for the community to address the Planning Commission on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission but are not on tonight's agenda. Again, public comment is for comments from the public to the Planning Commission, but that are not on tonight's agenda. Julie or Ms. Green, are there any members of the public wishing to speak during public comment?
Okay, I'm going to allow Sherry Hudson to do her public comment.
Okay, Ms. Hudson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, very well, thank you.
Hi.
I'm the owner of Halloween Boutique at the Triangle Square, and I just wanted to, give my opinion. For me, I think it's a benefit to our businesses, especially now when we're, going
So,
through.
Miss Hudson, I'm going to ask you to wait until that public hearing item comes up. This is public comment. This is for items not on tonight's agenda. So if you can wait until the public hearing on the triangle item, you can certainly speak at that point. Okay. Anyone else, Julie?
Yes, I'm going to allow caller that ends in 6698 to talk.
Okay, please go ahead.
Ms. Colgan, this is Stephen Chan. Please play my video for my 3-minute comment. Thank you. Ms. Colgan, I don't hear any audio. That video is supposed to have audio.
Yes, we apologize. Just give us one moment, please.
See the hate censored by the city? It's a liquor license, backroom deed. Hear that hate? That backroom hate enabled by the city. It's from a hedge fund run operation funded by public employee retirement funds, such as CalPERS. It's a liquor license back room. This liquor license back room is run by hedge funds, capitalized by public employee retirement funds. If your retirement depended on ROI from this biz, would you impose compliance costs on this back room? Our city's employees just say no. Actually, for 2 years now, it's been hell no. This public employee retirement fund capitalized back room with no regulatory compliance costs is beggar thy neighbor in action. Y'all hear this backroom liquor license deal? This is intrinsically racist policy. It's malfeasance. It's not sustainable. When is the city gonna do the right thing?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chan. Julie, any other public comments?
If anybody else has any more public comments that is not an item on the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, I do not see anybody else.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll close public comment. That brings us to Planning Commissioner comments and suggestions. We'll begin this evening with Commissioner Stevens.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I just wanted to bring to the community's attention that there was a significant real estate deal that occurred that involves Costa Mesa at the LA Press. There is a business, rather large tech business by the name of Anduril, who has leased out the press. It's one of the largest real estate deals in Orange County, and they make defense products, drone products that protect the border and things of that nature. And so it's an interesting development. I know that the council has talked about, and the planning commission has talked about there being a food court there that's going to be run by Shaheen Sadeghi, and that is going to be taken over by Anduril as well. So there was press about this last week, and I just thought I'd mention it in the comments. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Stevens. Commissioner Toller.
Hi guys, I see there's a lot of people here, so I figure I might be the only new face that a lot of people aren't used to, so I'll introduce myself. My name is Russell Toller. I've lived in Costa Mesa my whole life. I'm honored and happy to be serving in this commission. I live in the east side here with my wife and 2 kids. You might recognize me. I'm riding around on my cargo bike all the time with a couple heads bobbing in the front. I just want to take a second and give a shout out to Trellis. There, as we know, are a lot of issues and causes and groups in the city that can lead to division, and Trellis is just an outstanding local organization that we're so lucky to have. They have a few upcoming events. I would encourage you to check out wearetrellis.com and see how you can get involved and participate. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Russell.
I don't have anything tonight, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Torje.
I just have a brief comment. I'm going to raise the workshops for the housing element that are coming up next week. On February 17th, there's districts 1, 2, and 3, and February 18th, districts 4, 5, and 6. And these are an opportunity for folks to provide input on something that is going to dramatically shape our city in the future, and I think in really great ways, and in ways that will bring some challenges that we'll have to work through. So I'd encourage everyone who's calling in tonight. You know, we're going to be talking about something really that folks find really significant, and I would say that 11,000 units planned for the city of planned to be zoned for the city of Costa Mesa is a really big change for the city, and worthy of your time just to hear your thoughts on that and what housing should look like for the future of Costa Mesa. So there's been flyers and emails, and just to remind folks, if you're not signed up on the city's email list and general interest list, but also for planning, it's a really great thing to know about and to be signed up for. And so I would just recommend that folks check out those workshops, be involved, because community input is really important on something like this as well. They're virtual meetings, and it's really easy to be involved. So we've got English, Spanish, and I know that there's going to be a lot more outreach opportunities happening in the future, but I'd say this is a really big issue in the city, and would think it's really valid and important for folks to be involved. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Zick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really didn't have too much to say, except we have so many people that are participating in tonight's meeting. It's almost as if they had heard me at last month's meeting, where I bemoaned that so few people participated in our Planning Commission meetings. And so I'm thrilled to see so many. And I'll quickly mention, for those that might not know, if you go to the city's website and go under the residents tab, there is a link you can click on to enter your email address and a whole menu list of topics that you might be interested in getting notifications on whenever the city is engaged in those specific areas. For example, Planning Commission meetings, meeting agendas, City Council meetings, meeting agendas. So just encourage you to check that out if you're not familiar with it. Great way to stay informed with what's going on with the city. And as Commissioner Tourget just mentioned, the city's housing element workshops, you would be notified of that information if you were signed up. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Zick. Vice Chair Colbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief this evening. I just wanted to acknowledge that this is the annual observance of Black History Month this February. And as we know, that Black History Month was created in 1926 by Carter G. Woodson, born out of a week-long celebration to acknowledge the contributions of African Americans, men and women in this country. So this month we celebrate and acknowledge those historic past and present contributions on large and small stages. And as a PBS SoCal fan, as I did last year, I want to encourage you to watch one of the documentaries that they have released this year on the Black church called This Is Our Story, This Is Our Song by Dr. Henry Louis Gates on the PBS station. So if you can check that out, or if not, support a Black author, film, or song. The more we learn to celebrate our differences, the more we can gain appreciation for our diversity. So happy Black History Month. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Tourget took away what I was going to say, which is just fine, which means I could say less. But yes, the housing element workshops are very important for the public to participate in. Also want to thank Vice Chair Colbert for the acknowledgement of Black History Month. I will just say that we lost one of my favorite actresses in Cicely Tyson, I believe, last week, who was a trailblazer for Black actresses in the industry. So I tip my hat to her and her body of work that she produced. It was terrific. And so after that, that will take us to the consent calendar. We have no items under the consent calendar tonight, so we'll move on to public hearings. And Julie, we'll go to public hearing number 1. If you please read the item.
Public hearing item number 1. Zoning application 1968 for a planned signing program and development agreement 20-01 for Triangle Square at 1870 Harbor Boulevard and 1875 Newport Boulevard. This item was continued from the April 13th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. Please note that we have received public comments for this item that have been provided to the commission and made a part of the record. This is a call to report any ex parte communications.
Commissioners, please raise your hand if you have ex parte communications report. We'll start with Commissioner Zick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a Zoom meeting with the applicant and the applicant's representative last week. I also didn't participate live, but participated after the fact in a Chamber of Commerce presentation on this topic. And of course, I talked to the applicant sometime last year when this item was first coming before us. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Torje?
Yes, I participated in a Zoom call with the applicant and applicant's representative, I think 2 weeks ago, and also participated in, had a conversation after the item was continued with the applicant and before public outreach began.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Stevens?
Yes, I also did a Zoom presentation with the applicant, and then I had a couple of brief follow-up calls where I asked some questions of the applicant after the Zoom presentation.
Okay, very
And
good.
also I've talked with numerous members of the public about this as well.
Okay. Commissioner Russell?
Yes, I had several conversations with residents over the last year, and then I had a Zoom meeting with the applicant and representative a few weeks ago.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Toller?
I had a Zoom meeting with the applicant on January 28th, and in the last few weeks I've received a few dozen emails and have spoken on the phone with one of them.
Okay. Vice Chair Colbert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I met with the applicant at the site, the applicant's representative at the site, and I met with the applicant via Zoom and spoke with a number of community members via email and also via phone.
Okay, Commissioner Torje?
Yeah, I did. I also met with members, talked on the phone with members of the public and emailed as well.
Okay, and I had also a Zoom conference with the applicant and the applicant's representative a few weeks ago in early January. Had a telephone conversation with Mrs. Arthur last Friday. Also had a conversation with Mrs. Arthur last April when this came before us. Had a phone conversation with the applicant in April last year, and then shortly after the April meeting. And then I received a voicemail Friday from Mrs. Lease. I just learned about it today and returned her call, but I wasn't able to connect with her. So with that,
Chairman,
yeah.
can I just add something real quick? So one of the things that everybody should know is, I think I'm the only one here that's gotten contributions. I've got a $249 political contribution for my last campaign from the applicant, and I think many thousands of dollars in contributions over the years from people who have expressed opposition, members of the public, to the application.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Commissioner Stevens. Mr. Arias, the floor is yours.
All right, good evening. Thank you, Chair, Planning Commissioners. Justin Arias, Assistant Planner. This evening, I'll be presenting the Triangle Square proposal. The proposed project involves a request for a development agreement, which includes a zoning application 19-68, which is a request for a plan signing program for Triangle Square, including electronic signs to be used for on and off-site advertising. As a little bit of background, the project site is located at 1870 Harbor and 1875 Newport, an existing development commonly known as Triangle Square. Triangle Square is bounded by West 19th to the north, Newport Boulevard to the south and east, and Harbor Boulevard to the west. The property is zoned PDC, Planned Development Commercial, and has a general plan land use designation of Commercial Center. This application is for a development review that includes a plan signing program. The development agreement. The development agreement is a legislative act that must be adopted by ordinance by the City Council. And the planned sign program is a discretionary approval typically reviewed by the city's zoning administrator. Because of the differing levels of review for this project and the fact that the planned sign program is part of the development agreement, the Planning Commission shall make a recommendation to the City Council for both items. As a bit of property history, the original master plan for Triangle Square was approved in 1989 as a redevelopment project and as part of a public partnership between the city and the developer. After years of decline, Triangle Square underwent an extensive remodel and updated the center in 2012 with a comprehensive update to the master plan. Since then, there have been subsequent amendments to the master plan, the last of which was in 2017 for the Keys on Main use. As a bit of background regarding the site and planned sign program history, the original planned sign program was approved in 1990 and was most recently amended in 2012. Throughout the 90s and 2000s, a number of amendments to the planned sign program were approved for various projects and tenants. In 2010, an amendment to the planned sign program was processed to allow 2 electronic signs. The request was approved by Planning Commission. However, the approval was called up for review by a City Council member, and the application was subsequently withdrawn before an appeal hearing could be conducted. Specific to this proposal, the proposed planned sign program is part of a refreshed branding effort for Triangle Square, which incorporates digital and static signage as part of the proposed development agreement for the property. Overall, the sign program proposes a total of 4,960 square feet of signage, including signage on the property of 522 square feet for project, address, and directional signage. Apologies. A total of 1,748 square feet of tenant signage and 2,690 square feet of the digital signage with dynamic displays. The proposed tenant signage includes a mix of sign styles and materials, is encouraged. The signage would be limited to the trade name and or logo of a company. All signage is required to be illuminated either internally or externally, and all signage would be subject to landlord approval. As previously mentioned, a total of 1,748 square feet of tenant signage is proposed, specifically along Harbor Boulevard, a total of 16 tenant signs, including 2 existing pylon signs, which are proposed to be retrofitted as part of the project. Total 1,020 square feet of signage along that frontage. For Harbor Boulevard, a total of 7 signs are proposed, including 1 of the tenant pylon signs, which are proposed to be retrofitted, totaling 484 square feet. And then along West 19th Street, a total of 4 tenant signs are proposed, which totals 244 square feet. This slide provides some elevation drawings of the various ID and directional signage included in the planned signing program. All signage would include similar colors and reflect the refresh branding effort for Triangle Square. A total of 522 square feet of identification and directional signage is proposed. Specifically along Newport Boulevard, a total of 8 signs are proposed, totaling 311 square feet. Along Harbor Boulevard, a total of 8 signs are proposed, totaling 211 square feet. And along 19th Street, a total of 3 signs are proposed, totaling 27 square feet. Lastly, the slide provides elevation drawings of the proposed digital signage. 2 of the proposed digital signs would be located along State Route 55, which is within the California Department of Transportation, or Caltrans's jurisdiction, and requires an outdoor advertising display permit. Caltrans reviews the proposed signage for locations and sizes and has requirements to ensure that they don't interfere or impair the vision of any driver or a driver's operation of a motor vehicle, nor obstruct or interfere with traffic signs, devices, or signals. Furthermore, the digital signs would not incorporate any flashing, moving, or intermittent lighting and have been conditioned as such. Overall, a total of 2,690 square feet of digital signage is proposed along the three corners. The digital dome wrap sign totals 1,200 square feet and is located along Newport Boulevard and 19th Street frontages. The digital screen wall totals 600 square feet and is located along the Newport Boulevard and Harbor Boulevard frontage. The digital sign wall wrap, totals 890 square feet and is proposed to be located along Harbor Boulevard and 19th Street. And then the dome lighting is also proposed, but is not considered a sign. In conjunction with the Planned Sign Program, Lighting Design Alliance conducted a study which was also reviewed by a third-party technical expert to evaluate the potential impacts of the proposed digital signage on the adjacent residential properties. The study concluded that the proposed signage would result in increased lighting, but would be at low levels such that it would be difficult to perceive in adjacent neighborhoods as compared to existing lighting. The study also included specific operational and design features to ensure impacts are lessened from the proposed digital signs on adjacent residential uses, which were incorporated into the applicant's proposal and are required as conditions of approval. Off-site advertisement is also being proposed as part of the digital signage. The off-site advertising is proposed as an alternative revenue stream for the property, which has struggled as a viable commercial property for many years. The draft development agreement proposed requires revenue sharing with the city and also includes advertising content restrictions, which I'll go into a little detail in a couple slides. As mentioned, the development agreement or the Planned Sign Program is proposed as part of a development agreement between the Triangle Center and the city of Costa Mesa. The development agreement would guarantee entitlement to construct and operate the signs as described in the Planned Sign Program for a period of 30 years, which may be extended for up to 3 20-year options upon mutual agreement of the city and the applicant. The agreement requires the applicant or its successor in interest to pay a quarterly fee of 25% of the gross advertising revenue beginning 3 years after the commencement date of the agreement. The agreement includes a city content allocation of up to 10% of total annual programming. It also includes advertising content restrictions that include but are not limited to prohibitions against obscene content, illegal products and/or services, as well as specific product advertisements related to sales, discounts, and pricing information. Furthermore, it limits off-site advertising content to products and services available for sale in the city, major retail and destination retail businesses in the city, as well as car dealerships, hotels, event centers, experiential restaurants, and tourism uses located in the city. The project was originally scheduled to be heard by the Planning Commission in April of 2020, but the item was continued without any discussion. Since that time, the applicant has conducted some additional outreach, a total of 3 meetings in the month of October. In addition, the applicant, as a result of the community outreach, did revise their project plans, lowering the proposed dome sign by a little bit. And then also some other revisions that had occurred since the April meeting The light study was peer reviewed by a third-party consultant, and the development agreement was slightly revised to incorporate review process for a future arts committee or body. Over 150 public comments have been received on the project, both when it was originally scheduled in April and for this last, for today. Those in favor of the planned sign program were supportive, expressing that the new signage would help revitalize the center, provide economic stimulation and jobs, offer unique branding opportunities, and create a focal point for the community. And those in opposition expressed concern regarding the following issues: driver distraction and traffic safety, neighborhood compatibility, brightness of the proposed signs, precedent setting and community character, and an inability to control sign content. Regarding the brightness of signs, staff's recommendation includes a number of conditions of approval specific to the brightness of the content displayed on the signs to ensure that the signs proposed as they are, or operate as they are proposed. As it relates to the precedent setting, projects are reviewed on a case-by-case basis, and each project is evaluated on its own merits. Specific to Triangle Square, it is uniquely situated in that the property is 4.6 acres in size and is a predominant commercial and entertainment center in the city with a regional draw. It is completely surrounded by 3 arterial streets, and it is also located at the entryway to the city at the terminus of the 55 freeway. Regarding traffic safety, the proposed signs are in conformance with Caltrans's requirements, and the applicant is required to obtain a Caltrans outdoor advertising permit prior to the issuance of building permits. Furthermore, the applicant has received preliminary approval from Caltrans. Regarding neighborhood compatibility, the proposed signs identifying the property incorporate the same color palette, typography, and materials, and ultimately whether the sign design and the overall sign proposal are appropriate, considering the site's location and context, is at the discretion of the Planning Commission and the City Council. With that, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to recommend that the City Council find that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of CEQA, and give first reading to Ordinance 2021 to approve Development Agreement 20-01 that incorporates the planned signing program of zoning application 19-68, subject to conditions of approval. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arias. I saw that Commissioner Russell had her hand up first, so the floor is yours, and then we'll go to Commissioner Zick.
Oh, well, I lifted up from something else, but anyway, I think one of the questions that I'll start with is, in terms of precedent setting, how is the corner where Triangle Square is at Newport and 19th Street different from the corner where Mother's Market is? I mean, at this point, nobody else wants to do it, but I'm thinking 15 years down the road, Mother's leaves, someone else comes in and they go, oh, we would like signs like that as well. How can we make a case to not have to do that?
Yeah, I would say that specific to the Mother's Market property, and if you're comparing it to the Triangle Square, I would argue that it's not completely surrounded by arterial streets and isn't on an island in the way that Triangle Square is.
And so that would hold true for the courtyard as well, which is, shares 2 of the corners as well. And it's a shopping center. I get, okay, well, I will have some more questions later, but I'll leave it at that right now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Russell. Commissioner Zick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I only have a handful of questions. And let me start with on page 10 of the staff report, but you can also refer to handwritten page 23, which is in the development agreement. And specifically on handwritten page 23, the section 4.1.3 that speaks to the subject of the fee. And as I read that language, I actually could interpret it a couple of different ways. And here's why I've got a question about that. I mentioned that I had participated in the Chamber of Commerce meeting where the applicant went through a rather extensive presentation of their project. And specifically at the 31-minute mark, and it's on YouTube, you can, or actually it's advertised on the Chamber of Commerce's Facebook page. There's the link there to the YouTube video replay of this meeting. And at exactly the 31-minute mark of that presentation, there is a slide from the applicant that indicates that, and I'll read the quotation. It says, all first 3 years of revenue will be paid at the end of the third year, and payments will be made quarterly thereafter. So instead of an interpretation that I get from the development agreement that suggests that the first 3 years are essentially a free, meaning no fee to the city, their presentation specifically identifies that the first 3 years of revenue will be paid, but at the end of the third year. So could you please address the language in the development agreement and help me make sure I'm understanding it correctly?
Mr. Preziosi, would you like to take that one or would you like me to start? Oh, I don't see Mr. Preziosi, so I'll go ahead. So the way that this section is written in the development agreement, staff understood that the payment was to begin after the third year. I would request the applicant clarify their intentions with their presentation. Mr. Preziosi, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Ms. Lee. I was having technical difficulties. Thank you for taking this question. Yes, it was our understanding, that was my understanding from the applicant's attorney, that the payment was to begin on the third year, as stated clearly in the agreement, not as in their presentation as relayed by Commissioner Zick.
Okay, well, so I appreciate that answer. I will look for the applicant to clarify that. And in the meantime, it is at the 31-minute, 25-second mark in their presentation, and it's fairly unambiguous. So my next question is referring to the handwritten page 25, which is also the development agreement. And I'm looking near the bottom under the 4.2.2 that speaks to the off-site advertising content. And as Mr. Arias, you had included in your presentation, advertisements for products and services available for sale in the city is allowed. And so here's my question about that. So by way of example, Coca-Cola as a product is available for sale in the city. You can buy it almost anywhere. Would an advertisement that said, drink Coca-Cola, it's refreshing, is that an ad that would be allowed because that product is available for sale in the city?
Again, I'll start with that and ask Mr. Preziosi to clarify as needed. So our intentions with the wording in the development agreement was to primarily focus advertisements on businesses in Costa Mesa, but those businesses also include products. So to answer your question specifically, I would say, yes, it does allow for product placement as you've described, but the intention is to focus on Costa Mesa businesses.
Okay, so it is allowed, even though it is not specifically advertising a business in Costa Mesa. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So,
Commissioner Zick, Mr. Lee is referring to 4.2.1, I believe, of the agreement, which states advertising should be limited to on-site advertising, which displays goods or services available on the property.
well, okay, my question isn't about that section of the development agreement. My question is with regard to 4.2.2 that is specifically addressing the off-site advertising content.
Products and services available to the city for sale in the city that are creative, that are accretive of the city brand.
Yeah. Right, and so you are saying an advertisement, as I had characterized it, drink Coca-Cola, it's refreshing, would be acceptable.
I would say the way the agreement is written, it would be acceptable. I know this was an issue that was gone back and forth with the applicant and the applicant's attorney. However, I would suggest that the planning commissioners specifically ask those questions of the applicant regarding his intent, that this language needs to be revised at the recommendation of the planning commission. That can be done so.
And so similarly, if Mercedes-Benz wanted to run an ad that showed their Mercedes, latest Mercedes automobile, that ad would also be acceptable because that is a product which is available for sale in the city from any number of used car dealers. That would be acceptable to have an ad for Mercedes-Benz, correct?
Well, Commissioner Zick, I can't say it would be acceptable or not. What I would say is that if there was a disagreement, it would ultimately be up to the city manager, the city's discretion regarding advertising content in 4.2.3. I mean, in theory, anything could be for sale at used retail, either private or public party in the city. So I think that's a real stretch. I wouldn't interpret the agreement that way, but I would revert to the city's discretion in 4.2.3.
Okay. I'll accept that answer. On the next page, which is handwritten page 26, and this is bullet point 3, there's what is allowed, as it is described here, is shopping centers at least 50,000 square feet in size, located within the city. Then a couple examples are given. My question there is, if there was a shopping center in the city that was smaller than 50,000 square feet, it would seem to me by reading this agreement that a shopping center would be prohibited from being able to advertise since they're not at least 50,000 square feet. Am I interpreting those words correctly?
Commissioner Zick, that's a correct interpretation. Say it would not limit the city if the city and the applicant suddenly wish to allow something that was less than 50 square feet, but 50,000 square feet. But that's not something that's been proposed at this point. That might be subject to future negotiations. But as written, it's limited to 50,000 square feet, or at least 50,000 square feet or more.
Okay. Back to handwritten page 23. There's the reference to a gross advertising revenue. And then there's some discussion related to that having to do with utilities and brokerage commissions. So I'm not familiar with the business of selling advertising, but in a layman's way, I'm thinking You would charge a company X amount of dollars to run a sign. That sounds like gross advertising revenue. And it would seem to me 25% of that comes to the city. I don't understand what this discussion of utilities and brokerage commissions is in relation to that. Could you help me understand that better?
Yeah, Commissioner Zick, I can take a stab at it, but I think it would be more appropriate to ask the applicant because this was something specifically requested by the applicant and his attorney. I have an understanding of what it is, but I would request that the commission specifically ask the applicant and let them clarify.
Okay, I will ask the applicant, since we are going to be on the receiving end and have rights to audit the books, I'm just thinking that our expectation and understanding of that should be, and maybe it is, but should be clear. I'm sure the applicant has an interpretation of what that is. I wanted to know what ours was, but I'll move on. On handwritten page 8, there are some conditions of approval, and I'm looking specifically at the condition of approval number 9, which is talking about the interval between messages. And I'm gathering the intention of addressing this interval is kind of as it's indicating there to make sure that the transition is seamless, smooth. It doesn't say smooth, that's my word. Maybe that it isn't jarring, trying to minimize distraction possibly. And so I'm wondering if the characterization of that transition, instead of saying shouldn't exceed 1 second, should actually be referring to that as a minimum of 1 second, because theoretically a transition of 0 seconds, meaning snapping from one image immediately to the next, essentially without transition, by this reading would be acceptable because that transition was less than 1 second. So can you tell me if this is maybe not worded to match the intention?
So I think we want to still keep it as a maximum. Your thought process is correct, and the reasoning behind it is you want it to be as instantaneous as possible so that the time between the images is as not noticeable as possible. The recommendation was for a maximum of 1 second so that it wouldn't exceed or be longer than a second. But yeah, we would want, the applicant's proposal is to make it as simultaneously as possible. The recommendations that I saw was anywhere from 1 second to 4 seconds. So that's where the 1 came from.
So these things are not going to be fading in and out in kind of a smooth slideshow motion, but it's just going to jump like a jump cut from one picture to the next picture to the next picture. That's what you're saying, right?
Commissioner Zick, the intent also was to ensure that there isn't a lag, so to speak, between images, so that you're not having the screen go dark and then another image pop up, so that it's a little more distracting. So that's the intention with the smooth transition. I think we can also have the lighting consultant elaborate on best practices in the lighting industry and electronic signs, but that was our intention.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that. And then on handwritten page 22, I had a question about this idea of the city content allocation being up to 10%. Intuitively, I understand, I think, what that would mean, but I'm trying to make sure that, let's say the city had 10% worth of content that it wanted to be included. But for some reason, the applicant wasn't able or willing to accommodate that and said, well, I can give you 5% content today or this week or this month. And by this reading, it says up to 10%, 5% would be in that range, up to 10%. And I'm thinking it should say no less than 10%. So am I getting the intent right and the words just might not be as clear on that?
Commissioner Zick, I support your characterization of the intent.
Okay. Okay, and then my last question, I think, my last question has to do with handwritten page 9 and condition of approval 17. So my first question, where it says the applicant shall defend with attorneys of the city's choosing, defend the city, hold harmless the city. Does this also mean that not only are the attorneys of the city's choosing, but that the applicant must pay for those attorneys?
Commissioner Zick, that is correct. The city, in short, the city gets to choose its attorneys that it wants to defend the city in any action, and the applicant has to pay for it.
Okay, and then it is providing the situation of the condition that this might be applicable, and it says arising out of the city's approval of the project. So would this cover, for example, if there were a car accident and there was an injured party and they sued the city, and I'm not saying whether they win, I'm saying they sue the city and say, well, these signs, they distracted me, and that's how all this bad stuff happened. Now, in defending, would that be covered by this paragraph, meaning the applicant would have to defend the city in that case, in that kind of a lawsuit?
Commissioner Zick, yes, because the accident would occur arising out of the city's approval. But for the city's approval of these signs, they would not exist.
Got it. Okay, I just wanted to be clear on the application of that condition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's it for now.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Stevens.
Yeah, so I just questions. Let me lower my hand. I thought those questions were good by Commissioner Zick. I have some follow-up on him. So I guess I don't understand when Commissioner Zick brought up the idea of whether you can put a Mercedes ad up there. And I think the distinction that he made in that circumstance was, well, a Mercedes are sold at some of our used car lots throughout the city. But what if it's Audi? Audi is sold at the new Audi dealership. Could we say clearly they'd be able to put Audi there on the sign?
Commissioner Stevens, in response to your question, I think it's more clear cut if Audi is sold new retail in the city. I think there'll be less of a basis for the city under 4.2.3, less but not on absence of the basis for denying that sign in the same way there would be if it was a used car dealership in the Mercedes example. But either way, I think the city ultimately has discretion. That discretion, as we know, can be appealed to the city council.
Right. But what about McDonald's? There's a McDonald's in Costa Mesa. They sell Coke, by the way, to get back to Commissioner Zick.
So, Commissioner Stevens, you're asking me whether or not advertising McDonald's would be permitted.
Right.
Based on my interpretation language, advertisement McDonald's would be permitted.
Right. And so probably Audi too. I mean, Audi, if all goes well, is going to be one of our highest tax sales tax generators in the entire city. So presumably we wouldn't have a problem with Audi. And there's certainly nothing, I don't think, wrong with Audis. I've owned an Audi for years. I love it. And Mercedes-Benz, there's nothing wrong with those cars either, as far as I'm concerned. So, I mean, I guess I was wondering whether you were hedging. And and the other thing is, I don't understand the meaning of the word accretive of the city brand. What does that mean?
You know, Commissioner Stevens, that's a term of art that was used by the applicant or requested by the applicant's attorney.
Okay. See, but the thing is, and I don't mean to be I don't mean to put you under any hostile
Your general
questioning here. Can you hear
refers
me?
to,
Go ahead. What does it mean?
yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
What does accretive mean? It means it evokes the brand of the city. That is a synopsis of the meaning of accretive.
Okay.
It is not subject to a precise definition.
Right. I just think it's tough when you have words like that in the agreement, in the sense that when we say, okay, well, talk to the applicant, that's fine to talk to the applicant. But fact of the matter is the applicant, there's absolutely no prohibition, nor should there be, on them selling the property. The development agreement, as I understand, would continue to bind the city, continue to run with the land to another owner, and then be subject to that owner's interpretation. So, I mean, I think we have to be in a position as the city to be able to clearly define these terms. And
yeah, Commissioner, sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Stevens.
yeah, and so, I mean, if you can do McDonald's or Audi or Coke or Mercedes-Benz, then we should just say so. I mean, I got nothing against Coke. I drink Coke every once in a while. I don't think it's a bad brand. It's not obscene or any of these other things, but I think we need to be crystal clear about that.
Yeah, Commissioner Stevens, I appreciate your comments. The issue when drafting these agreements, of course, is that it becomes cumbersome to list out every brand that's accepted and every brand that's prohibited. Primarily because, I mean, brands' presence in the city may come or go. Obviously, for national corporations, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, Audi, et cetera, those are likely to be here for a while. But there may be a new brand that comes in, or an old brand that leaves, which really was the reason behind 4.2.3, the city's discretion regarding the content. So it's really the city's interpretation, within reason, that would control.
Right, but we would have to, as you said, within reason. So we'd have to exercise that discretion in good faith, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now I noticed there's a provision, and if we didn't, we'd be subject to being in breach of the agreement, right?
You're talking about a good faith provision?
Yeah. If we said, I don't know, we don't like McDonald's because somebody had a bad experience with the Big Mac or something like that, and the city manager thinks that nobody should eat at McDonald's, and so does the majority of the city council, we would be subject to some judicial review at that point, right?
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Commissioner Stevens. In any contract, there's an implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing.
Right.
So obviously, the city's determination would need to be made in good faith.
Under 6.1, there's remedies, and it's got some language there. It says the last sentence reads, this is on 28, page 28. In general, each of the parties hereto may pursue any remedy at law, equity available for breach of any provision of this agreement except damages. And I was wondering about that last part, that exception, because boy, that's a very important remedy for people. So, I could see a circumstance where, let's just say for the sake of discussion, we don't get paid our what we're entitled to, our 25%. And we do an audit and they say, we disagree with your audit, and they take us to court. And then we would presumably seek damages. Why would we preclude ourselves in this agreement from seeking damages if, and I'm not saying that the applicant, but I'm assuming 20 years from now, we've got two more people that have owned the property, and now we got a guy that wants to cheat us. And why wouldn't we be able to collect damages from that entity?
Well, I think, Your Honor, Commissioner Stevens, damages are a two-edged sword, because if damages, and leaving aside the specific example that you proposed, if damages are allowed, then of course, the applicant or the applicant's successor in interest could seek monetary damages against the city for any purported breach of the agreement. That clearly is not the intent of the agreement. The remedies of attorney's fees would still remain for the city. The indemnity would still remain for the city. However, damages themselves may be recovered. I'm not saying they would be recovered if the applicant breached the agreement and withheld money to the city. But of course, even if damages in that specific instance weren't allowed, that could lead to the termination of the agreement in a judicial action. But we're of course open to suggestions. If you'd like,
can we make that provision?
That issue out.
Can we make that provision unilateral, where we can get damages but they can't?
If it's a negotiated agreement, I believe we can.
Okay, something to think about. The more important things. I mean, in general, I would say on all of these issues, including I'm not going to go over this again, but the reference and the discussion that you had with Commissioner Zick about 4.1.3, I think it shouldn't even matter what the applicant's interpretation of the provision is. It shouldn't matter what their intent is, because if it's not crystal clear in the agreement, that's something that there will be a reckoning potentially at some time when we don't have applicants that are so straightforward as the one we have here. I've got no problem with this group, but we may not be tied to this group for very long, or forever, certainly 30 years. But there's now here's the substantive, the kind of the more important substantive question that I have. These are all just kind of nibbling around the edges of the agreement, but it seems to me like the primary benefit of this agreement for the community is to make the center better, to get more business in the center, to make it more vibrant, to have more tenancy, and create more economic opportunity in the center. And one way to do that is to provide the tenants with an opportunity to promote their business. But I don't see anywhere in the agreement where there's any obligation by the owner to provide the tenants any screen time on the boards, nor is there anything about, if they do provide the screen time, what they would charge the tenants, if anything, in addition to their rent for the screen time. Am I right that that's not in this agreement, or did I miss it?
Commissioner Stevens, I concur with your analysis that specific requirement is not in the agreement.
Okay. Then the other thing that occurs to me that might help the center both develop business and help their tenants is if the owner would use a certain percentage of the offsite revenue to benefit the center. Is that obligation in the agreement?
No, it's not currently in the agreement.
Okay. So what's our thinking there? I mean, other than the money that we would get, let me ask you one other question. What is our expectation for the amount of money that we would get at a 25% cut, at a 25% sharing? Do we have any projections or anything that we've seen that would give us a sense of, in terms of dollars, how much that would be on an annual basis? Any pro formas or anything like that?
Commissioner Stevens, I would defer to Ms. Lee and Mr. Arias for that question.
And Commissioner Stevens, there were discussions early on about the potential revenue that was possible, and it really depended on a number of market factors associated with selling advertising in this manner. So there were some initial projections early on, but I would defer to the applicant on specific questions related to their financial interest and their projected pro forma.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's fine. We'll leave that for the applicant. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner Stevens, Commissioner Torje, and then Commissioner Toller. You're muted, Commissioner Torje.
Thank you, Chair. I'm double muted. I just wanted to thank staff for the great staff report and the presentation tonight. I have a few questions. I'm going to, I also want to make sure we're saving room for public comment, and so I don't want to be too long. But I wanted to start on page 4 of the staff report. There's in the first finding, it says facts in supportive of finding. Although the CMMC prohibits electronic changeable signs, the intent of the prohibition on electronic signs was to prohibit signs with flashing, moving, or intermittent lighting. And I was wondering how we have determined the intent of the ordinance. Is that something that has been determined previous to this, or is that a reading for this specific proposal?
Now, if I understand your question correctly, that is a general reading of the code as to its stated intent. In terms of some background on how this provision was originally added, the city did not have a prohibition for electronic signs prior to 2002. In 2002, there was a code amendment that specifically added the prohibition, and this discussion primarily surrounded the moving and animated and flashing visuals. So again, this is in 2002, so technology's changed quite a lot since then, but the intent was really to focus on those specific aspects of electronic signs to ensure that they were not impactful to residential neighborhoods.
Okay, so that was an intent identified when the provision was updated.
And it's also discussed in the code specifically. The words moving, flashing components are in the municipal code.
But not, I'm sorry, I didn't read the end. Because surrounding properties may be impacted by the lighting effects, even if they aren't there. So I was just thinking about like how we're identifying what intent is. My next question is on impact, the idea of minimal impact. And so what is the gradation for when minimal turns to maximal impact? Do we have a line where minimal becomes maximum?
We have, as part of the lighting study, the lighting impacts were analyzed, and specific best practices for this industry were specifically addressed in the lighting study. And we really looked to a number of different sources for what would be an appropriate standard. The city of Costa Mesa itself does not have an adopted lighting standard, but there are certainly best practices in this industry. So what I'd like to do is have the lighting consultant specifically discuss what those best practices are and where the sources for those thresholds were specifically pulled from.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lee. My other question is on handwritten page 30. There is it is section 7.3A on page 30. It talks about B, that there can't be an imposition, they can't impose any subsequently adopted land use regulation on those land use approvals for which breaching the party had not at the time of such breach attained a building permit. And maybe this is for Mr. Tarquin. Can you explain this section here?
Thank you, Commissioner Torje. So this is generally a recitation of the law of development agreements. The concept of a development agreement is once a development agreement is entered into, the applicant obtains vested rights, for want of a better word, to develop the process and operate the land use in accordance with the land use regulations of the zoning code in existence at the time the development agreement is entered into. In essence, it freezes the development agreement. And this is also the reference to building permits is also a shorthand way of referencing the concept of vested rights once a building permit is issued.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. I have a question about when a project, like what is the threshold for a project to require to hit CEQA or to require a traffic study? So would there be in a situation where a sign, a change like this would require a traffic study?
Commissioner Torjay, we have relied on the analysis of our traffic services division and also specifically evaluated for ourselves with our own research when that would be appropriate. From a CEQA perspective, this project is signs that are accessory to an existing shopping center. Having said that, we did look into the specific impacts of lighting on traffic operations, and either Jennifer Rosales or Raja Sethuraman from our Public Services Department can address the specific question.
Great. Commissioner Torjay, to answer your question, typically we require traffic studies with development with increased traffic, which then would impact traffic operations. We did review past research that was done related to digital message boards in relation to a potential impact to traffic or crashes. And what we found is that there was no correlation between the presence of digital billboards and increased crash rates. We did provide crash rates to the commission earlier today, and I can present those as well if requested.
Okay, thank you. I might request those in a couple minutes, but just wanted to ask a couple more questions. Something came up during Commissioner Zick's question and Commissioner Stevens' follow-up. And the question was on what would be permitted to be on the signs, and we had the conversation about Coca-Cola or McDonald's, and the answer for whether or not it was on brand or would be allowed, it said someone mentioned the city manager would be the one to enforce whether or not, or choose whether or not the ad was appropriate. So my question is, would that have to be a complaint from a resident, or at what point would it trigger the city manager to determine whether an ad was appropriate or not?
Commissioner Torjay, if I can address that question. There's no specific trigger, whether the city manager noticed something that was not permitted, or whether code enforcement noticed it, whether a resident complained. It could come by any means. And then the city manager has the discretion to determine whether or not that advertisement question is within the terms of the agreement or not.
Okay, so it's not like the city manager gets a list of ads that will be shown and approves them beforehand. It would be a response to an ad that is shown.
Correct. There's no provision in the agreement that requires them to pre-approve a whole list of advertisements. But the city manager, I suppose, could request that.
Okay. And then a couple just simple quick questions. Were the appropriate notices and notifications to surrounding neighbors made as part of this project?
Yes, correct. Public notice was posted, and the public notice was sent out to the 500-foot radius to occupants and property owners.
Okay. And then my next question, I think it's in the ordinance, but I just wanted to confirm verbally, would the advertisement of cannabis or marijuana, even if it's sold in the city, be allowed?
Commissioner Torjay, the way I read the agreement, it would be prohibited, whether or not it was sold within the city or not.
Okay, and the same for alcohol and sober living facilities.
You look at subsection IV, alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, or cannabis, and related goods, services, or products are prohibited. And then there's a specific prohibition regarding sober living home and related activities.
Okay. That is all the questions I have now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Toller, and then Commissioner Vice Chair Colbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Arias, for a thorough and clear staff report and presentation. I have one simple question. Staff report page 13 is one of the 4 findings that we need to make tonight. And I just wanted some clarification on it. It says, it's the second bullet point on that page. Approval does not allow substantially greater overall visibility than the standard ordinance provisions allow. So I spent some time, obviously, in the sign code, trying to figure out what, under normal circumstances, our sign code would allow for this property, because I wanted to compare it to what is being proposed, because that seems that's what the appropriate question is for this finding. So my question is, has there been any attempt in figuring out how much signage would normally be allowed for these businesses, and what's the difference between those numbers and the numbers being proposed? What I could find with the wall signs, it's a function of the width and depth of the property or the frontage, but when you have a triangular lot, it's less than clear how to how to do that kind of math. So that's my question.
Yeah, so specific to triangle, it is triangular in shape. We did get lucky in that the parcel map actually does have, the property does have 4 property lines. There is a very, very short property line along the 19th and Newport area, the Keys on Main. There is a 4th property line there that does help us to be able to make that calculation. Let me get that back here. I did have a calculation from back in the 90s that was, sorry, that was done for the maximum signage that is allowed. And I would like to point out that this property has been operating under the planned sign program for the maximum allowed signage for some time. But based on the lot dimensions and the calculation, it would allow a maximum of 2,462 square feet of signage.
2462.
Correct.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Colbert, and then Commissioner Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to keep my questions brief as well, because I understand the public is waiting. I have one question in relation similarly to Commissioner Toller. On page 13 of the staff report, Mr. Arias, if you could please pull up the proposed digital sign from the PowerPoint presentation. On page 13, one of the justifications for approval is that the proposed signs are compatible with the buildings and development. Specifically, it states design motif. And from staff's perspective, I would like to understand, are we saying that the sign that has been proposed, which exceeds the roof line and also is not in alignment with the parapet wall, meets that criteria?
Vice Chair Colbert, from our perspective, we did review the specific design and location of each of the digital sign proposals. And in this particular case, there's a prohibition in the code against a sign that extends above the building height. In this particular instance, the building height is varied on this frontage. As a result, we did not see that this was necessarily something that would not be allowed by code, but we did acknowledge and We did acknowledge that a sign that extends above the particular parapet that it is affixed to may be something that is visually undesirable. And so we spoke to the applicant about that and are open to commissioner feedback as to whether this particular design, location, and orientation of the sign is appropriate. That was our analysis of this particular situation.
Okay, and okay, I'll follow up with the applicant regarding their recommendations subsequent to that conversation. I want to go back up to the general plan conformance as well. On page 11 of the staff report, it states in policy land use 5.6 promotes development of revenue generating land use. Does the staff or the applicant, have they provided data, and I think this was semi-answered earlier, to support that this revenue would defray cost? And if so, what were those numbers?
Vice Chair Colbert, yes, as stated earlier, the applicant did not share a specific financial analysis or a specific pro forma, but staff did do its research as to whether in general, electronic signs that are advertising shopping center tenants overall had a positive effect to shopping center operations and revenues from those shopping centers. And the answer was that yes, there was a positive relationship. As to what the specific percentage might be, that's very market specific and very site specific. So I would defer to the applicant as to any specific financial analysis or pro forma for this particular site.
Okay, so right now in the findings, we're using our own assumptions and not the applicant's.
That's correct.
Okay. Also on page 11 of the staff report, it states that this would create a sense of arrival to Costa Mesa, a prominent community focal point. In this case, what has been considered the sense of arrival? Are we talking about the billboard or Triangle Square as a retail center?
In this case, we're talking about both really. It's the Triangle Square Shopping Center as a focal point for regional entertainment and shopping venue, and also the visuals of the new and refreshed signage for the shopping center that is providing an entry to the city at the transition of the 55 freeway from a freeway configuration to Newport Boulevard configuration, although it's still considered the 55 freeway all the way through Costa Mesa. That was our analysis.
Okay, so it's in tandem. They're looked at as one point of arrival. Okay, just a couple of basic questions that I just want to make sure that the public understands, and also just for general understanding. For public information, the sign program is an approval that is typically approved by the commission, correct?
It's actually a zoning application, so it would be the zoning administrator.
Correct. Since the application is tied to the development agreement, then it will require both the planning commission and council approval. Is that correct?
Correct.
In terms of the sign program, the signs, with the exception of the proposed digital signs or LED signs, these would typically be approved by the zoning administrator, which you said, Willa. So we typically would not see these types of applications.
Typically, however, with high profile plan sign programs, they're usually forwarded to the Planning Commission for review. A recent example would be the OC Fairgrounds plan sign program that was proposed a couple years ago.
And or Randy's Donuts, correct?
Correct.
Correct, okay. And for the public, can you explain a development agreement and how they're structured and when they are deployed?
Sure. So I'm going to have Mr. Preziosi weigh in on this one as well. A development agreement is a negotiated agreement between two parties, and on the city side, it grants certainty to the applicant as to specific entitlements that are granted for a period of time. And in exchange for that certainty, the applicant provides a public benefit as part of the agreement. So that's the fundamental purpose of a development agreement. In this particular case, it's not common necessarily for a development agreement to be associated with a planned sign program, but in this particular case, because of the nature of the signs and the electronic signs in particular, staff felt it was appropriate for a development agreement to be used in this particular case.
And could you specify one particular example as to why staff felt that was necessary?
The proposal for offsite advertising in particular is something that staff felt that would benefit from the provisions of a development agreement and mutually agreed upon content restrictions, as well as the other provisions that you see in the agreement.
Okay. And my last question, it doesn't have to be answered now, but will be reserved, I guess, for the lighting consultant. On page 8 of the handwritten report, condition of approval number 3, I would like for the consultant to explain this in layman's terms. I think this is very field specific language. So for the public and others unfamiliar with candlefoot, I think if we can provide an example of what a candlefoot or candleless per square meter means, I think that will be helpful and informative to the public. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no other questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Russell.
Yes, just one more quick question. We got to speaking about the advertising content, and I had a question regarding political advertising. Now, if since City Council is a local business to be, would that be allowed? Would Assembly members be able to advertise if a presidential campaign had an office in the city? Would they be able to advertise? Has that been talked about at all?
Commissioner Russell, I can tell you the perspective from my office. Political advertisements are not specifically allowed under the agreement. I do not believe in the negotiations with the applicant that these were discussed, but I will defer to staff to see if they have more information.
No, I think that's correct. Political advertisements weren't specifically discussed. I think that it would be wise to include language specifically addressing those in the development agreement. Our take is that they would not be allowed, but I think there's nothing wrong with making that more clear in the agreement.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. So I will have several questions. I'm not, I don't want to do them now because I know the applicant probably wants to make their presentation. We want to hear from the public. My one quick question is relative to staff recommendation to find the project categorically exempt under 15.311, a class 11 exemption. So all I want to know is, are there little boxes in there that we have to check before it can be class 11? So for instance, on an infill exemption, project has to be 5 acres or under, and you've got to make sure there's no significant traffic impacts, noise impacts, air quality, water. Does class 11 have any kind of those little technical studies you got to do the checkbox on before you say it's a class 11?
Does not have those types of checkboxes similar to the infill exemption. The general criteria is the improvement accessory to an existing use. We do go into an analysis of whether or not we believe the proposal has the potential to result in a significant environmental impact. That's the primary checkbox that we need to check anytime we use one of these exemptions, based on the lighting study, which incorporated specific operational standards and design features. And ultimately the lighting study's conclusions, we felt it was an appropriate exemption.
Okay. So just on the back half, I will have several questions on the existing sign code intent, also relative to traffic. I'm interested in hearing about cycle times for the signals. Interested in discussing the transition from content, to one piece of content to the other. Several questions about the development agreement, but some of those have been answered or at least surfaced. Don't know if they've been answered, but we'll get to those. I'll cover those on the back half of the public hearing. So seeing that there are no other commissioners with questions, I'll open the public hearing and ask if the applicant is present. And if you are, I guess I'll ask initially, how much time do you think you need? Because that's going to help me make a decision about when everybody gets a bathroom break. Or so who's ever presenting tonight for the applicant, you're on.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, just give me a couple minutes. I gotta allow the whole team to talk. So one moment.
Okay, very good. That's fine. Take your time.
Am I open? Good evening. Good evening, Chairman DiArco and members of the Costa Mesa Planning Commission. We very much appreciate your participation and your willingness to lead us in this deliberation this evening. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Again, my name is Coralie Newman. I'm the principal of Government Solutions, Inc. I am representing the applicant, although he will have a few words in a few minutes. I guesstimate our presentation is at least 30 minutes long. We've run through it a couple of times and I think it's around 30 minutes long. We have added a little bit to it because we had questions asked that needed to be added.
That's fine. Thank you for sharing that with me. Great.
You're welcome. I want to thank Mr. Arias for the staff report. It was very well done. For the commission's reference, we have reviewed both the staff report, the conditions of approval, and the development agreement, and we agree with all the conditions in terms in those agreements. I just want to quickly, I think we're obviously going to have some in-depth discussion on the DA because there's lots of questions and discussion, which we're more than willing to do. But just on Commissioner Zick's question, the language may not be clear, and so it needs to be clarified, but it is, the applicant believed that the language said that after the 3 years, he would be paying back that accumulation of the 25% of the city. So if that language needs to be clear, we need to clear it up, but that is his intent to pay that money, as we said at the chamber. So thank you, Commissioner Zick, for that. With me this evening is our Senior Associate of Government Solutions. That's okay. Okay. Katie Newman, and who's in charge of our community outreach and graphic design. Joining me also this evening is the owner of Triangle Square, Tyler Mateen of Cannon Commercial, and he will have a few comments after I introduce the rest of our team. The sign program before you this evening was designed by Selbert Perkins Design, and we will have presenting tonight a principal from their firm, Cliff Selbert. He is the principal of that firm, as I mentioned, and joining with him is Rachel Rosa, who is the project manager of the sign program. So any questions and details you have about that, they are fully ready to answer those questions. And then, as many of you mentioned, you do have questions about the digital signage impact study that is part of your staff report as attachment 5 and was completed by Lighting Design Alliance. And you should note that they were actually selected by city staff for this project as they did do the lighting analysis for SoCo. Chip Israel is the president of that firm, and he will be presenting tonight. And he is very capable of answering all of your questions as it relates to impacts. And I think Commissioner Colbert had a question that he can answer in terms of definitions. Next slide. No, I'm not ready yet. And before we start our presentation, I do want to thank city staff for the tremendous effort that has gone into getting us here, especially as we noted Justin Arias and Jennifer Lee and your city attorney, and excuse me if I don't say this right, but city attorney Tarquin Prezzosi. Hope I didn't bungle that. We really do appreciate the efforts. This has been a long effort with both the city and the community. We do appreciate the community input that's gone into this. And I think you will see this evening that we have listened and we've incorporated community comments to make this a plan program, a sign program that works for the community and for the city and for the applicant. Finally, I just would like to say, Mr. Chair, that after we do make our comments and the public comments, we do respectfully request a time for rebuttal. With that, I would like to introduce Tyler Martine, the owner of Triangle Square.
Thank you, Ms. Newman. Mr. Mateen, the floor is yours. And Ms. Newman, yes, you'll have time for a rebuttal.
Thank you, Chairman Diarkel. Justin, Jen, Tarquin, thanks for the presentation and for answering the questions. We look forward to responding and helping clear some of the things up that were asked. I'm going to start now. Dear Planning Commissioners and residents of Costa Mesa, thank you all for taking the time to hear our plans to revitalize Triangle Square, otherwise known as downtown Costa Mesa. I want to say that we at Triangle Square appreciate all the feedback that we've received from the entire community over the past year and have taken many suggestions we've received to heart. The public comments we received have forced us to think critically, work through designs, and make many changes to our plans, creating a much stronger and more defensible proposition, accounting for a significant amount of previous concerns. This hearing is the single greatest event in Triangle Square's history because, if approved, it gives us the tools we need to cement our place as a viable entertainment center. As I'm sure you're aware, Triangle Square has struggled over the years and hasn't been what it was intended to be since its inception in the 1990s, or what we call the Nike Town glory days, or the time when Gwen Stefani performed Don't Speak in our backyard. Since the early 2000s, Triangle Square has dealt with very high tenant turnover, and as a result, it has constantly had to play catch up as owners are forced to reinvest in the center to keep it alive. Some people refer to Triangle Square as a cursed swampland where businesses go to die, but it's really not. Triangle Square is an underutilized, underappreciated, over-encompassing business that unites 17 businesses in downtown Costa Mesa. And it's the business of Triangle Square to make sure that those tenants are healthy and capable of paying rent. Triangle Square is a business that has struggled to be viable because it's oddly shaped and has virtually no foot traffic. It has also struggled partly due to the fact that it's had bad ownership decisions of the past two prior owners and the lack of confidence from strong potential tenants that they try to attract to the center, which I'm experiencing right now. I choose to see Triangle Square as a beautifully designed, architecturally significant retail powerhouse in the center of one of the most densely populated areas in Southern California, where business is capable of thriving. The signage program we are proposing allows us to play off these strengths and will allow us to attract top-notch tenants to take risks with us. Being off the 55 freeway, potential tenants' eyes light up at the idea that we may be able to provide signage in result of their tenancy. These signs are also capable of producing revenue, which will benefit the center and the city. These revenues will act as a lifeline to keep the center afloat and allow landlords to take more risks in signing leases or for general capital improvements at the center. The revenues we generate will also partly go towards paying for city expenses such as the fire department or any other expenses in the city general fund. We currently have a significant amount of vacancy at the center, and I can assure you that with the presence of these signs, we will not be vacant much longer. The presence of more business to fill up our vacancies will also help existing businesses at the center and bolster up to 700 jobs that can be created with a successful center. Please support us in this journey and this pivotal point in Triangle Square history so we can strengthen the future of downtown Costa Mesa and turn Triangle Square into what it's always been destined to be. Thank you very much, and look forward to the discussion that we have moving forward.
Thank you, Tyler. Okay, Justin, we can move forward. Thank you for those really inspiring comments. As I mentioned earlier, commissioners and community, Tyler did engage a top tier team, including Celbert Perkins Design and Lighting Design Alliance. And both of those principals of those firms will be joining us in this discussion. Next. As I think Commissioner Colbert raised, people have asked, why are we here? So this is just a sign program. Well, there's a couple of reasons why we had to come to public hearing. First of all, it is the square footage of the signage program. Secondly, it is the LED component of the signage program, of the planned signage program. And then secondly, the approval of a development agreement, which does require both planning commission and city council approval. And that, as you know, defines the allowed content and prohibited content, which we'll get into a little bit later, and outlines the revenue of ad dollars to the city of Costa Mesa. I just would like to add that as you get into your deliberations, we're more than willing to look at the questions and edits that you would like to see in terms of how those revenues are allocated and the allocation back to the center that is not part of the development agreement per se. Next, and then next. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on some of these because staff and Tyler have hit on this pretty hard, but Triangle Square is a unique piece of property. It has struggled on and off as we have noted, but we're really proud to be here. And I raised my family here, and we're lucky that we do have these three major arterials around Triangle Square. And I do think that's one of the reasons why this is not precedent setting. As staff said earlier, there are very few locations, if any, in the city that have the 55 freeway ending at the apex of the center, going onto the Newport Boulevard, Harbor Boulevard on the other side, and 19th Street along the other edge. So it really deserves, this center deserves to be successful, and it deserves your best thoughts on how to make it successful. We believe that these signs are going to take us a big step forward. One point I want to make in transparency and being real, there's been a lot of misinformation, unfortunately, published in the community. And I want to be very clear about this. We've tried to say this over and over and over, but this sign program has no neon, no blinking, no video, and no animation. So we'll probably say that a couple of times, but when you read the letters that we did receive, which I read every single letter that's come in from the community, that seems to be like the top two major issues is blinking and neon, and we don't have either of those in the sign program. You will see, however, that in the 2010 sign program, they did have those components, and I think that's part of what caused the confusion. Okay, next slide, please. As Tyler said, there was a golden days, which we really hope to come back to, which he called the Nike Town Glory Days. This was back, and the center opened was approved in 1989 and opened for business in 1993. It's our goal this evening with this sign program to take a step forward to bring back the vitality that the center once had. As Tyler mentioned, we were fortunate. Next slide. We're having to do this with staff. We were very fortunate. The center was celebrated twice by Gwen Stefani and the award-winning band, No Doubt. Those were fun times. That's a huge statement for the center. As you all know, Gwen Stefani has gone on to be one of the icon stars of Orange County. She did grow up here. She grew up in Anaheim, and we had the privilege of having her at the center. And we're hoping that good times like this happen again as we move forward in a positive manner. Many of you attended, and more currently, the Yard House has been here for 20 years, and it just celebrated its 20th anniversary in 2019. We're very proud and pleased that Yard House has been as one of those tenants that has been able to remain and thrive here, and did celebrate their 20th anniversary. Next. This is a picture with some of the festivities that happened at this anniversary. And the next slide just shows some of the Yard House employees participating in the celebration. I think it's important that we have an uplifting discussion. I know this is a technical topic, but Triangle Square is a fun place, and we hope that it gets even better as we move forward with these LED signs. We have some fantastic tenants, one of which is Cafe Sevilla and its offerings of some wonderful dining. Then we have La Vida Cantina. This is a great aerial picture of that festive center. Tavern and Bowl. and Starlight Triangle Cinemas, which I think we've all enjoyed. I know I've taken my family to these cinemas since they've been open, and they're an important part of our community because, one second, Justin, important part of our community because on this part of town, these are the only theaters that exist for our residents in this location. Okay. And then finally, the center has hosted many community events. I don't think that should be lost on any of us. This center has contributed to the community in many ways, as the Costa Makers event. And then as we're seeing here, this was the Travel Costa Mesa, had their dedication of the Costa Mesa Bloom mural, and it was done by a local Costa Mesa artist. Okay, community outreach. This has been a much discussed topic. When there was community outreach done a year ago, and then when we became part of Tyler's team, we were re-energized to go out and do more community outreach and really try to get at the issues as best we could. The tannish area that's highlighted here shows the extent of which we did mailings, and those mailings went to 3,500 people. So we really went way beyond the call of duty in terms of trying to communicate with the community. The yellow circle is just what the traditional 500-foot radius map would be in terms of mailing. And you can see that we felt that it was very important to reach out to the larger community in those. And excuse me, in the 3,500 includes email also. We additionally, for the October 14th meeting, we emailed invitees to that meeting, and we also announced that meeting was coming up at the city council meeting. Finally, we did do a meeting. Well, we did the meeting with the chamber that Commissioner Zick brought up on January 27th. And then we did have an opportunity, which was suggested to us, to touch base with the South Coast Alliance Executive Director. Hopefully, if this moves forward, we'll go back and have more discussions there. Next, our proposal. As we've said, I think Tyler hit this pretty well, but we really believe that these LED signs are necessary to bolster tenant support and to revitalize our presence in Costa Mesa. We want to add vibrance and vitality to downtown Costa Mesa. We want to sustain and attract new tenants, and we want to maximize the financial benefits of our geographic location, which we do not feel we can do at this time without these LED signs. We want to elevate our communication through adaptable methods. And one thing that I've learned through this process is the benefit and the beauty of LED signs is they are extremely adaptable. So they allow us to do a lot of things, which we'll talk about, like community advertising for the city. Next. One of the points that's been brought up, and I know this letter may be a little difficult to read, but that's why we highlighted some of the language. Some of the comments have been made, well, what will this really do? Does it really do anything? There's been a lot of comments made, well, prove it to us that this really means something to new tenants. You'll be hearing from some of our existing tenants tonight in public testimony, but we felt it was important to demonstrate to you. So Tyler and his team went out and researched and talked to future tenants, and this is what they're saying. So Alo Yoga is a national company, and they're saying our company is one of the fastest growing athletic leisure brands in the world. Go on their website, it's awesome. But signage and brand awareness are key factors to consider when signing a lease, especially in an ever-changing retail landscape like today. We believe that Alo has the brand strength to carry through this iconic location. That's a very important statement. Next. Chacha Matcha is a fantastic company. I also looked at their website today, and I was so extremely impressed that they would have an interest of being in our community in Costa Mesa. They are located currently, their website is really fantastic, but they're located in New York in a couple of locations and Los Angeles. And again, they say, we love this location and the fact that there is a significant amount of traffic passing by. The traffic is unprecedented and makes this an ideal location to build regional draws for any retail business. I believe that allowing tenants to promote their business through enhanced signage at this intersection would improve an immense boost towards business. So these are nationally ranked retail and tenants and food tenants that say, yes, what we've been saying is true. It will uplift the overall center. And finally, one last letter from Aspire Salon Studios. Oh, next, I'm sorry. They wrote us a little bit longer letter. They currently have 3 locations in Southern California. And they're again saying one of the reasons I'm so confident in signing a long-term lease at Triangle Square is due to the new signage program. Obviously, we think that Costa Mesa is an amazing location. And I think this is good news for everybody in Costa Mesa, that we think it's an amazing location, but not being able to advertise to the immense amount of traffic that passes through the 55 and 19th intersection is a game changer. Okay. Yeah, he is very interested in coming here immediately if we get these LED signs. Okay, next. Examples. So moving on to existing tenants, what they can advertise on the signs. And I think it might have been Commissioner Kadarius asked what we be charging tenants. That the tenants will be free. They will receive free advertisement on these LED signs. There's no charge to tenants in Triangle Square. That's the point. We're trying to make this place improve it. But some of the fun things, and we all hope that we can get through COVID and we can do these fun things again, but some of the things that could be demonstrated on LED signs are discounted movie nights at Starlight Cinema, Taco Tuesdays at La Vida Cantina, football Sundays at Yard House, woohoo, and upcoming performances at Time Nightclub. And Tyler did tell us that Time Nightclub would also like to do football games and sporting events because they have the screen ability to do that, correct?
Yeah.
So once we get through COVID, they would like to increase their ability to share their facilities. Next. And then we were asked, and we added the slide, what would be examples of community programming? So again, as many of you commissioners pointed out earlier, the DA does stipulate that 10% of all signage time be allocated to the city of Costa Mesa. So some of the events that could be put on these signs, and again, that's what's the beauty of LED, because there could be a lot of things going on that give a lot of people opportunities because of the flexibility in changing LEDs. But events at the nearby Norma Herzog Community Center, youth athletic registration like AYSO or Little League, COVID vaccine locations. We hope we're not doing that by the time we get these going, but that if they were up to date, that would be one thing that the community could use the signage for, and holiday food and clothing. And it does say in the DA that in case of an emergency, so if we had another pandemic and there was an emergency where the city needed to use the sign, they have rights to the sign. I think it's 50% or more. So
10%.
No more if there's an emergency.
Oh,
If there's an emergency, the city basically gets rights to use the signs as they need to use them. Okay, so with that, I'm going to introduce Cliff Selbert from Selbert Design. Skipped a page. Cliff?
Hi, thank you, everyone. I'm Clifford Selbert from Selbert Perkins Design. Thank you for inviting us tonight to describe the sign program. As a little way of background, Selbert Perkins Design has been in business about 40 years. We're based here in Playa del Rey, California, and we are consultants to cities throughout Southern California and around the world, including Long Beach, Santa Monica, Los Angeles, West Hollywood, Irvine, and you would also know our work from LAX and from other landmarks around Los Angeles. We're dedicated and true believers in our system and in our Southern California environment. Next slide, please. As we've discussed, Triangle Square is essentially the heart of the city. It is where you arrive, where you know it's Costa Mesa. Its sense of place is created by Triangle Square and this arrival point. in this commercial district. We all know that Triangle Square has suffered over the years. So our goal, as you've heard today, is to rejuvenate the center, but do it in a sensitive way for the neighborhood as well. Next slide, please. The existing center about a year ago had looked pretty run down, and that's what the image is at the top left. And we wanted to truly update this image, improve the color, the feeling, the ambiance, and the character of this building and the center. So on 19th Street, this is our view. Next slide, please. On Harbor Boulevard, at the Keys on Main end of the building, you see a building here, but it really looks kind of drab and has almost felt forgotten for many years. So one of the things we wanted to do was repaint, which we'll get into in a second. Newport Boulevard, next slide, please, is where the dome is and where the main digital sign is proposed. Here it is as it exists today with a very large mural on there. And we're going to be discussing, so all three facades here today. Next slide, please. Our feeling is that the building really sits in an area with many beautiful mission style buildings, which are white, and they have individual letters, pin mounted letters, which make these buildings really elegant and quite beautiful. I would look at the upper right, you can see the existing conditions around the rotunda, for example. So there were banners there over the years, they would fade, they would rip. So we would like to remove those and restore the building. And in the photo, you're seeing just the beginnings of a repainting of the entire building. So it's really more in keeping with the character and ambiance of the total neighborhood. And then our goal would be to attach simple pin mounted letters with very subtle lighting. So actually the proposed lettering and signs around the building will be lighted in a much more subtle way than they are today. Next slide, please. The main entry at the upper right, you can see the previous approach to signage. And our goal here again is to simplify it, put the building back to white and enhance the landscaping as well. So it really begins to fit into the neighborhood and not scream out its signage and its lighting. Next slide, please. Also, the freestanding tenant pylons today at the upper right, you can see that is existing condition. A lot of bright colors, a lot of logos. Our goal here is to tone that down, but still give all the tenants identification, but take away their logos just to create a more calm and sophisticated look for the building and for the property. Next slide, please. Parking has always been an issue here. A lot of people don't know where the entries are and how to move around the building on the inside. We've reconfigured the interior circulation so parking and circulation is much more smooth. And then to enhance that, we want to put exterior signs on the building that tell you how many spaces are available, and also just keeping you updated and very clear where the exit and entry are, and also to enhance the facades and the streetscape with new landscaping. Right now, there's very little landscaping around the building. Again, it's very drab. So we would like to enliven that and enhance that whole experience. Next slide, please. At the existing conditions, secondary project identity, there are currently big light boxes, rather clunky light boxes on the building. We would like to remove those, again, replace it with simple lettering on the building that'll be subtly lit, but lit so you know where the entry and exits are. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we'll clean up all the painting and then add landscaping. So that's the signage that it really will make the building feel much more sophisticated and calm. Let's talk about the digital signage, because I know that's really what people are concerned about. Our original proposal for Harbor Boulevard and Newport Boulevard was a large digital screen sign. There was a lot of commentary about this sign, and people asked that we integrate it into the building a bit more, so we are adjusting our proposal to the next slide, which makes it a little bit smaller, but creates a bigger frame and integrates it into the architecture more gracefully. So that was something we really want to respond to the neighborhood, and we'll show you other responses with the next slides as well. At the corner of Harbor Boulevard and 19th Street, this is a sign that was discussed a little earlier tonight. It extends above the roof of the building. People felt that didn't feel appropriate, and we agreed with you. So we are proposing a more integrated sign, which is on the next slide. So it's really lowering it, it's a little tough to see in the drawing, but putting an architectural frame around it so it feels very integrated into the architecture. We agree this is a better design alternative, and we appreciate everybody encouraging us to make these changes. And then the dome wrap is probably the one that everybody really wants to know the most about, and also the sign that we've heard the most comments about. Everybody's concerned that this sign is too bright, it's going to flicker, it's going to do this and that. And we're going to assure you right now, this sign will be lighted to be totally controlled lighted. It will be dimmed to be an appropriate lighting. We've reduced the size of it from our original proposal, and we've also lowered the sign from our original proposal. So if we could look at the next slide. Well, actually, we're going to be getting to some of those images in a minute. Some of the other changes we made, the existing wrap around the building extends almost 360 degrees, so about 280 degrees, corner to corner, very visible, as it turns out, along Newport Boulevard to adjacent neighborhoods. So we've been asked to adjust that, and we've reduced the width from 120 feet to 58.5 feet, so less than half the length. And that new length faces the intersection primarily and avoids facing any of the residential neighborhoods nearby. Next slide, please. To give you another example of the adjustments we're making, the blue strip, as you can see, extended completely around the building. And we're proposing a slightly wider strip, but extending it only around a portion of the building. So it's actually less square footage than what's out there today and will affect the neighborhoods much less. Next slide. We worked with the neighborhoods quite a bit. We had numerous community meetings and we heard a lot of concerns. So we wanted to address those concerns. Existing dome signage sits all the way at the top of the area and extends above the roofs of all the houses you can see here. The previously proposed dome sign, which we proposed a few months back, also turned out to be quite visible from the neighborhood, and the neighborhood didn't like that, and I understand that. So what we did is we adjusted the height of the sign. So our currently proposed domes LED display is shown on the right. So you can see it's minimally invasive into the neighborhood, and we've discussed some of these issues with the neighborhood. I hope they're here tonight to let you know that we've responded to their requests. Next slide, please. So on the left is the previously proposed dome display, which was 6 months ago. We listened to everybody, and now if you look to the right, you can see that we've lowered the sign, we've shortened it slightly, and it essentially by lowering the sign, it becomes less visible into the neighborhood. So what we'd like to do next is show you some images that give you a sense of how bright the sign is as it turns into from day to night. So we're going to show you this quick little video that also shows you the 8-second change, and we can control these changes. You brought up a good point earlier about contrast issues, so we'll make sure all contrast, it never gets too bright at one time and during the changes. And you can see those are subtle changes. And you can also see that as it got dark, this sign doesn't feel all that bright. It feels very appropriate to the ambient light in the area. The signals are still quite bright and very legible. So we want to make sure the sign is as bold as it might be, actually sits in the background a bit too. And then the dome lighting will be very subtle. Looking from 19th and Church, here we are where we can see the sign, and as it goes into its changes, and as it goes into the evening, the intent is to control the brightness so it's balanced with the ambient light around it in the commercial district, and also protecting the residential neighborhoods. You can see the dome is very subtle in this case, and the primary signs on the facade will be controlled. And that's technology we have today that we didn't have 10 years ago. We can totally control the brightness of these signs and also adjust them for weather. From Flower Street, you can see an image of the sign just there at the right, looking northwest. And you can see also the advertising we're showing here from local artists, local businesses as well. And here again, same issues. The ambient light really is not very bright, and these are accurate. And this is what the intent would be for all of these locations. And then lastly, looking at Broadway, looking northwest, originally that sign extended all the way to the left, so it's been modified to just be a small portion visible. And again, as it gets dark into the evening, we'll balance that light and make sure it's controlled so it never gets too bright, but still enhances the building, enhances the neighborhood, and brings some energy and vibrance into the neighborhood, as you've heard about as well. So thank you for viewing those. And now I'm going to pass it back to the team for additional clarification. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much, Cliff. I'm just going to briefly go over some clarifications and outline the community concerns as we've heard them. And then I'm going to turn the meeting back over to Chip Israel that's going to get into the details of the lighting program that's before you. But it's important that we demonstrate, I think, to the commission and to the community that we did hear the issues. We've tried to be responsive to the issues. And I think we've so far demonstrated much of that. But additionally, one of the big concerns in April was that many of the comments and letters were saying, you're rushing us, you're rushing us. We want more time to understand this proposal. So the commission did that, and it ended up being a 10-month continuance. And part of that was because the community requested that there be a peer review of the lighting study that was done, and was time consuming. Was well worth it, but it did take some time. But that did come out of a community request that we responded to positively and worked with city staff to make those revisions. Lighting impacts on the neighbor homes. I think that Chip Israel will discuss that in more detail, along with safety. I'm going to come back and talk about the distinction from the 2010 proposal that was forwarded by TSQ Venture Partners. And then we'll wrap up with size and square footage, ad content, which we've talked a lot about earlier in the meeting, and revenues. I just want to point out one thing before I turn it over to Chip, is that we did review this petition that's been forwarded to the commission and I guess to the council. And I do want to point out, I have reviewed this petition, and it's not about the program that's here before you tonight. I just think it's important, in all fairness to both sides of this discussion, that much of the letter writing and discussions that oppose this proposal are not directed at what we're proposing this evening. So I just wanted to point that out. And with that, I will turn it over to Chip.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear us okay?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. Next slide, please. Well, I think this was Cora's slide, just kind of going through when the original request. Okay, our firm, Lighting Design Alliance, did an awful lot of research on this project, and I would like to share a little bit about it. What's really important to us is I live right across the river in Huntington Beach, and so we know the site, and we also do a lot of projects. It says 29 years of experience. And most of our jobs are brand new builds. And so our first thought is CEQA. Now you've heard multiple times this project does not need to meet those requirements. And I'll go through this a little bit later, but it does. And it actually exceeds them. CEQA could allow 2-foot candles. And most of our applications are 0.1 or 0.2 foot candles. So while we don't have to do it, our whole analysis was, what is all of the applicable codes out there that should be reviewed, whether they are a requirement or not, so that we can create a digital billboard that can serve as an art piece, but more importantly, gets integrated into the building, but more importantly, into the community. I'd like to go off script a little bit here and address Commissioner, is it Zirk's question? Sorry if I mispronounced that. But talking about the sequence between slides, what we want to do is eliminate flash, okay? So what we don't want to do is go from really bright to black, and then from black to really bright. That actually creates 2 transitions. And the topic was also discussed about fading images. And that creates another issue, is the visibility and the recognition of those images. You've probably all heard, if you overhear half of the conversation, you actually stop and it's more distracting. The same thing. We want to make sure that nothing on this sign is distracting. And so the idea of having that 1 second transition is probably the best way to do that. So we're not going to 2 transitions, we keep it to a single one. What we did is spent many days, daytime and nighttime, to understand the area. And that means to look at, by CEQA, the #1 interest is adjacent residential areas. We wanted to make sure there was no impact for those, as well as the transportation systems. And I will address, is it Commissioner Tolier's question about where did we perform or where did we find these calculations or these standards to make sure that they're, I'm going to call it time proven and widely accepted. And so the problem we have is many areas do not set their own codes. They look to an organization called IES, the Illumination Engineering Society of North America. They're a consensus-based organization. They have lighting experts, they have municipalities, and they have manufacturers. And when we started this project, we reached out and started looking for research. And you can find anything on the internet, things that say it's distracting, things that it's not an issue. What we did notice is most of those researchers came from Virginia Tech. So we contacted Dr. Ron Gibbons there, and he said, refer to IES RP 39-19. That brought all of this research, it vetted it, and it made recommendations. It said maximum light levels in 2 different ways. And we'll explain that in the next slide. But what we want to do is make sure everybody understands some of these terms, as Commissioner Colbert asked. A foot candle, what is that? Well, let me try to give you an example. It's the amount of light falling onto a surface. And the reality is you don't see that. You see the amount of light bouncing off of the surface. However, a foot candle, in the technical term, you don't need to know that. You need to know relevances. So for example, your office is maybe 50 foot candles. A sporting field is maybe 100 foot candles. Street lighting, maybe 2 foot candles. So they're all relative brightnesses, and that's what your eye sees, the contrast between these varying brightness levels. But that's called illuminance, the amount of light falling onto a surface known as foot candles. In most of the reports, sometimes it's called lux as another opportunity or another term. What gets really confusing is that's not what we see from a sign. We see brightness, the amount of light coming out of a sign towards our eye. That's typically called luminance. In terms like foot Lamberts, candelas per meter squared, or nits. And once again, it's a range and your eye sees these things differently. So low levels could be 300 nits. Very high, to give you an example, maybe that ATM lighting that you go by, and you know how they put that safety light right over it and it makes it feel like a prison yard? That can be 5,000 nits. And you'll see on the next page when we get there that it depends upon the time of day. So we've gone through these things, whether they're codes that are required to meet or whether they are ones that we should do as good professional practice. So you can see down here, we went through the California vehicle codes, the IES California codes, even ones that aren't listed here, such as CEQA, Title 24, all of the codes, and we blended them together to make a recommendation and to put limits on this sign to make sure it doesn't become a nuisance. Next slide, please. So we put these on here, and now I'm going to try to explain it. We are allowed to have this sign during the nighttime be 1,700 nits. We've told the client that's not appropriate for your location. We want the maximum amount to be 300 nits. And if you look at the report, it goes through all of the studies and the calculations of why to do it. So once again, our recommendation is to be about 1/5 the amount of maximum allowable light projecting off of the sign. During the daytime, because it's much brighter, the sky is brighter, we're allowed 8,500 nits. But we're actually putting the threshold lower at 7,000 nits. And what has really changed the most is technology. It's allowed us to basically eliminate light trespass at the residential properties. Our average is 0.1 foot candles, and the maximum allowable is 0.74 foot candles. So once again, we're 1/7 the amount of light allowable. This is what makes it an integrated design without becoming offensive. And I talked about technology has changed. And we all have examples of signs that we hate. You've seen them, or let's call it car lots. You drive by on the freeway and you're literally blinded by them. And we get it. And I go to a lot of nighttime meetings to look at lighting. And I drive a lot of freeways. And I'm amazed how technology has changed, that half of the billboards out there that I look at closely are now digital, and I can't tell the difference as a professional. And why? They're using this new technology, the history. So we're using daylight sensors that can tell how bright it is outside, and they'll adjust the light level. An astronomical time clock. What does that mean? It knows when sunset is. So in the middle of the winter, we don't want our lights to come on at 9 o'clock like they do in the summer. They come on at sunset. And they're going to adjust those intensities as stated in the report. And as Cliff even said it, we take advantage of new technology that actually can tell us what the weather is. And so that when there is fog, we can eliminate the sky glow by dimming the lights down. These are all requirements, and we made the manufacturer give us continuous dimming from 100% down to 1%. So we can achieve all these light levels without any flickering or any loss of performance. Next slide, please. We talked a lot about, these different organizations, and they set lighting recommendations, but who's in charge of safety? It's really Caltrans. And we went through every one of their requirements to make sure that this sign package doesn't create any conflicts. We drove the site, we made sure that none of the traffic signals had the signs in the background to create any distractions. We looked at the distance between those, between the signs and the other elements. And Caltrans has more experience than we do, and they said that this is a safe application. So what we can do is we can't make these laws, but we can ensure to you all that this sign will conform to both the most stringent ones that are out there, plus the ones that don't even apply, where we outperform those. So having said that, I'll turn it back to Cora.
So again, any questions that the commission or the community has about the technical parts of lighting and safety, we can come back to a Q&A and have the answers for that. We're wrapping up here. Chairman, but I wanted to point out that in your staff report, there are key conditions that do the things that I think you were looking for in earlier comments. Condition number 7 clearly states no flashing or animation at any time. Condition number 8 actually is the refresh frequency once every 8 seconds. Condition number 13, what Chip was talking about, the system must have a dimmable system to adjust for fog. And condition number 14 in your packet this evening provides for a third-party confirmation of light levels to adjacent neighbors. So we've got all these regulations placed on us, and we're meeting very low thresholds of lighting, but we also, as required by city staff in condition 14, will need a third-party confirmation that everything that we're discussing this evening actually will happen out in the neighborhoods when we get our signs up. Getting close to wrapping here, but I did want to point out, we were asked about, next slide, I'm sorry, Justin. We were asked about a lot of people have said, well, this got denied in 2010, so it should be denied tonight. We wanted to point out that there's a lot of differences between us and the 2010 proposal. First of all, this is a brand new application from new owners. We do have new designers who have simplified the design and incorporated signage into the building architecture. We have a preliminary approval from Caltrans. And again, we are not proposing any animated theater lights or animation of any kind. When we show you what the 2010, and I understand what a lot of the letters that came in April were about, it was really directed at this 2010 proposal. Next slide, please. It's our understanding that they had a proposal for Harbor Boulevard and Newport Boulevard. This one doesn't seem to fit the building. We think what we've done, and then as Cliff said, we're even willing to reduce this by 100 square feet. Our proposal is a better fit on this building. But more importantly, next slide, please. We come to the corner of the dome. This is where I think a lot of the angst has come about, where people have gotten fixated on the 2010 proposal and then have applied it to our proposal. This sign in 2010 did have animated theater light frame that blinked. So I think that the community, and I understand that, and I empathize with that, got locked into this design and was not aware perhaps that for the 2021 proposal, we've lowered the sign and we've narrowed it, and we have no blinking or theater animated lights. And finally, on this point, next slide, it kind of goes to what we said earlier, what Cliff was saying. Unlike the 2010 proposal, and I understand much better now after I've seen this why so many of the neighbors were so concerned, because that proposal did bring the LED wrap all the way around at a width of 98 feet, where ours is almost 50% at 58 feet, which greatly improves or lessens any impacts to the neighbors, which we've discussed in detail. But this is the other comparison to 2010 that's very important. So we are not that package, and we feel that we're the new and improved program that is before you. Finally, the community did come up with, in their messaging, I want to confirm that the 4,960 square feet was correct. That is a number they had placed in their messaging, and that I think as staff has said, our total LED is 2,690. Those are correct numbers. And I'm just placing these here. We're placing them here only to say we have heard you, and where you were accurate, we want to acknowledge that. Next slide, please. Commission, you've already spent a lot of time on this, but it is in your DA that all of these uses are prohibited, obscene content, and the city attorney can get into this. Somebody asked me, how is that defined? I found the definition. It is in the DA. It relates back to a lawsuit. Let me see here. It's obscene content as defined in Miller versus California. So I'm sure the city attorney can explain what that means. I was asked that question. So there is a restriction placed there, but alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, weapons, ammunition, prescription, and this is a summary. It's not all inclusive. There's more listed in the DA. And then again, this is what you talked a lot about earlier tonight about what is allowed, and it's product services for sale in Costa Mesa. So I guess when we come to the final deliberations this evening, that would be an area that we're more than willing to discuss with you. It's sounding like perhaps some of you would like to tighten that language up, but this is what's in the DA right now. And as most of you mentioned, new slide, please, next slide. It does say in the development agreement that other shopping centers of 50,000 square feet will be allowed to place ads here, including SoCo and South Coast Plaza, and then car dealership, hotels, event centers. So these are all listed in the DA. We're more than open to the commission's input on this. This was what was negotiated between the city staff, city attorney, and the applicant. Next, please. And finally, again, our intent, and that's why we said it, and maybe there was a miscommunication between us and the city attorney when we did this language, and we're more than willing to accept a clarification, but our intent was that the 25% gross revenues that are collected over the 3 years, those would be paid in full to the city. So that was our intent. If the language isn't clear, it needs to be clarified. Our projected amount right now that Tyler and his marketing team are projecting would be approximately 500,000 minimum annually. Of course, that number will go up as the years increase and the benefits, the ads.
Or down with restrictions.
Yeah. Property tax, and then finally, we contribute property tax and sales taxes so that we do make a major contribution. Triangle Square, if it can be allowed to thrive, which again, we believe these signs are necessary to make that happen, can in its ultimate state, it can be almost a 1% contributor to the city's bottom line. I just want to say thank you to the commission this evening. I do, next slide, this concludes our presentation, Chairman. I just wanted to respectfully request, we're hopeful that we get an approval this evening. We can hear that there is a lot of discussion about the development agreement that needs to occur. But we want to say that we appreciate your input, and we look forward to a productive rest of the meeting and the community input. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Newman and Mr. Mateen and your team for your presentation. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to come back right at 8:42. Commissioners, my scheduling has us probably, I want to kind of get through commissioner questions of the applicant by, let's say, 9 to 9:10, so we can get the public going on their comments. So let's meet back at 8:42. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Russell, are you with us? Perfect. Okay. Brenda or Julie, if you can take us back live and let me know when we are live.
Hi, Byron. We're good to go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll recommence the meeting, and we have had the public hearing open. The applicant has made their presentation. And I would ask commissioners if there are any questions of the applicant, and I see that the Commissioner Zick has his hand raised. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I simply wanted to say I do have questions, but I will reserve them until after the public has had a chance to express their views.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioners, anybody else? Okay, looks like I will also follow Commissioner Zick's lead. And so we'll go ahead and open public comment portion of the public hearing. And Miss Green or Miss Julie, are you going to be handling the order?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will be handling it. I'm just 1 second, please.
Okay.
Okay, so
yes, if I see it as in the order that I have so far is Ms. Abraham, Mr. Laurie, and SJN, and Mrs. Lease.
correct. So if I'm going to allow Ms. Abraham to talk. So you may go ahead and provide your public comment.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate this. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to just talk about a point that was brought up during the presentation, and that was about the company called Cha Cha Matcha, that they are eager to come to Costa Mesa. Well, as a girl who was raised in New York, I'm looking at their website, and having their locations off of Broadway in New York and off of Lafayette Street in New York, and then looking in California locations, the two locations they have, one is off of but one is in Venice and the other one is in West Hollywood. Now, as a mother of a 6-year-old and a 1-year-old, and also as a small business owner who owns a business off of 19th Street, which is about 2 blocks down from Triangle Square, I don't want Costa Mesa to become, Times Square or become West Hollywood or Venice Beach. Costa Mesa is known as the city of arts. We have been extensively talking. I live in District 6. Many of you, the listeners know, I also ran for city council in District 6, which means I walked precincts for over a year last year. And one of the main concerns that they had back then was the triangular sign, the triangle square sign. My promise to them was that if I get on city council for District 6, that we will not let this happen. Mr. Harlan, who was our vice chair of planning commission, he is fantastic. And I know that we all gonna do the right thing. We in District 6, which is part of the brownish map that they showed, also part of the yellow circle that they said they surveyed and they said sent their mails to, the majority of us, and I can say this with confidence, over 75% of us, we do not want the signage. That intersection is extremely dangerous. We do not need distractions there. As a business owner, I can assure you, and as someone who's an ambassador at the Chamber of Commerce in Costa Mesa, which is located at the Triangle Square, there are other ways to advertise for businesses. Right now, especially, we can put our resources and help the 17 businesses that we have in Triangle Square and help them advertise another way that doesn't affect the residents in that area. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. So Julie, I'm just going to go down the line as I see it in the participant column. So I think it'd be Mr. Laurie then next.
Okay. Mr. Laurie, you may provide your public comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here tonight. My name is David Laurie, and I'm the general manager of the Yard House restaurant located at Triangle Square. Some of your faces look very familiar. I've either seen you obviously at the restaurant or, around Costa Mesa. And, we are very much in favor for the displays at Triangle Square. And here's the reason why. I've been general manager of that location for 5 years. And as we all know, we've seen, high points of that property and some low points of that property. And every one of the tenants that are there at Triangle Square are working very hard to try and do our best to make it a destination. And one of the things I would like to remind everyone is that, our great city of Costa Mesa is also competing against other cities locally to attract people to come to the place and spend money at the restaurants, at the other businesses, small business, large business, chains like Yard House and, independents like Black Knight or like La Vida or Cafe Sevilla. If you go over to Irvine Spectrum at, large mall, destination, movie theater, restaurants, everything that, that we have, but they also have a lot of retail. They are spending money to get people there to be customers of their businesses. If you look at Pacific City and Huntington Beach, they are spending money to get people to come there. Triangle Square is becoming a place where, people are just going to drive by and not notice it because it's been there for so long. But if we don't do the things to attract folks to come to Triangle Square, and that includes signage, it just doesn't include great tenants. It also includes things to stop people and say, oh, Triangle Square, I used to come here a long time ago. It looks like they're doing the things necessary to bring people down to become visitors and guests of those businesses. And I just think it's exactly what the Triangle needs at this time in its lifespan. And, speaking on behalf of myself and the 100 hardworking, team members under me, we're very much in favor of that. And we hope that it will pass. And thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Julie, I believe the next speaker is SJN.
Yes, that is correct. You may provide your public comment.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Cynthia Nalen. My husband and I have been residents and business owners on the east side for the past 25 years. One of our biggest concerns is that we feel this discussion and the voting is being rushed through at a particular time where our energies are into our families, into our businesses, and trying to maintain our jobs. So we asked for a bit more time to give this very important matter more public outreach and more research. This development agreement makes an allowance for the proposed oversized LED billboards to potentially perpetuate for a total of 90 years. Nobody has mentioned that. That's the initial 30-year agreement with an option to renew 3 times at 20 years each. So for a total of 90 years. We're worried about the precedents that this will set for use of large format LED billboards, and specifically a precedent on a development agreement that directly goes against several key items in the general plan and in the municipal code. Currently, the municipal code prohibits billboards, and I'm calling them billboards, at this site, and clearly prohibits the use of electronic changeable copy signs or LED signs. Ordinance 13-115 states that a site of this size is not allowed a billboard within 300 feet of a highway exit. Ordinance 13-116 says that with regards to signs adjacent to residential zones, building signs should be placed no higher than the first story level unless non-illuminated. If this development agreement is passed, then the overall square footage of allowable signage for the triangle has once again been increased. And over the years, we have seen many, many increases and allowances made for this particular property. In addition, we worry about the control over content. What is acceptable by some might be viewed as obscene by others. This evening, the question came up regarding who's going to police this. Our comment is that the Triangle is currently advertising for Providence Health with a dome wrap, and I'm not quite sure if they're a primary tenant or if maybe they're renting minimal space just to get advertising space. So already, the Triangle is in violation of the current ordinances. We worry that there will be adverse effects on the immediate neighbors, both commercial and residential, with some residents having to endure the lighting from within their own yards and some even from within their homes and businesses. And to be quite honest, I really worry about property values because studies have shown that neighborhoods in the near proximity of large billboards, especially LED billboards, do suffer from lowered property values. We really worry about the traffic safety, and I know this is an issue that's come up time and time again. These signs are meant to be seen. They're meant to be distractions. Otherwise, why would anybody use these types of signs? And this is proposed at some of the busiest intersections in the city and perhaps the county. While we understand there should be a balance between commercial and residential needs, we feel that this DA and this type of signage alters that balance, and at whose expense? Personally, I feel it's at our expense. And why is it that we're not looking at why the triangle has not succeeded as is? Why is it we continue to put bandage after bandage on this property? Why aren't we looking at the real issues, the problematic parking and the lack of pedestrian traffic? We respectfully ask that the Planning Commission weigh the seriousness of the possible effects that the oversized LED billboards could have on the immediate neighborhoods and the city, and to look beyond the wishes of investors. This is a decision that could affect us for many, many years to come. Thank you for your time and your consideration on this matter.
Okay, Ms. Lees, you are next.
Yep. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Wendy Lees. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to echo what Ms. Abraham and Ms. Nayland just said. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa for almost 50 years. When we first heard about this proposal with the signs, we met as residents, and I hope you will continue to listen to the residents and our concerns. I see where some of the signs have been reduced, but it doesn't change the concerns that we put into the petition. And we wrote the petition in April. So those were our concerns then. If there have been changes made, we as the residents have really not been notified. I don't live within that zone of receiving the 2,500 notifications, but the outreach to residents was really minimal. The Zoom meeting, I believe, was just an opportunity to hear a presentation. I had sent in questions because I wasn't able to attend. My point is that I believe that the signs are a distraction at a very busy intersection. And so there we have bikers, we have walkers, we have cars. And so it increases the risk for accidents. I come home on Harbor, turn right at 19th. Even just making that turn in the evening with the traffic going in all different directions, and then you add the LED sign right there by the movie theater, it's going to be a distraction. And like Ms. Abraham said, I believe that it's not going to, there are other ways to attract business to the tenants and to Triangle Square. We are the city of the arts. We should come up with an idea that beautifies our city, where you work with the residents and not exclude them just because we are opposed to the project. That didn't happen. I think we were intentionally kept out of the loop, and that's why we have remained very concerned about the property damage and the damage to life. We've all been very concerned about life as far as COVID is concerned and distancing, wearing masks, and yet there seems to be kind of a denial and a disregard for the potential for accidents at these really busy intersections. I'm sorry that the owner decided to invest in this property without really doing some good outreach to understand the quality of life that we have here in Costa Mesa and our character. We're quiet, we're not flashy. I'm glad the signs wouldn't be flashy, but we also are just, we're wanting to preserve that character in our city, and I don't believe that these additions to the Triangle Square will preserve our character. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Julia, please, Mr. Alpern.
Yes, Mr. Alpern, you can provide public comment.
Good evening, and thank you everybody to the Planning Commission for your time. I am calling in from Insomniac. We are the owner of Time Nightclub. I'd like to just offer some of my insight into what this opportunity meant for us and what the decision was for us to come in and get involved with Time Nightclub is an area that we thought had a great opportunity. When we first were approached from the landowner, they did so because you may or may not know this, our company is the largest entertainment dance music company in the world as far as festival production. We own several. In addition to that, we also own several venues across the country. And one of the things we specialize in is identifying areas that have that are seemingly distressed. Not that this place is distressed, but that's something that could actually get improved upon if we were to come in with our operational know-how. One of the things that was mentioned to us was the potential of an electronic sign, which we thought gave this a bump up as far as its appearance as a great opportunity for us to get involved in. And that was one of the things that we did. We were a relatively new owner coming into 2019, and everything was trending along very well. And then when the pandemic came, obviously things were very difficult. One thing that separates us is we don't have the ability to have outdoor dining. We are totally an indoor establishment. And with over 120 employees and independent contractors that rely on us, we are in a position where we're really looking for ways that when the doors are able to be opened up, we are maximizing our opportunity to be able to quickly infuse not only jobs, but energy and excitement into the Triangle Square. Because of who we are in the entertainment industry, we believe that our promotional ability and the high profile nature of who we are, which would be similar to what I mentioned before with bringing Allo and some of these other companies in, we are one of those entities that can come in and actually raise the profile by showcasing entertainment options which don't ordinarily find itself into places all around the world. We're a premier organization. We speak to the demographic, which is very energized by pop culture and things that drive revenue to local businesses. And from that respect, I believe that not only can we survive and we can help drive greater business into Triangle Square, we can prop up each other with all the local tenants. And from my understanding of what's meant to happen here is that all of the tenants and also local business are going to have the opportunity to advertise there, which I think serves the whole for the Costa Mesa business corridor over there. And in addition to that, I know that we've heard presentation here before. The safety seems to have been addressed, and I believe it's a win-win opportunity. So I see that my time's up. Thank you for everyone for their time. I'd just like to say that we fully support and hopefully that you render a decision in support of the signage. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Hudson, I believe, is next, Julie.
Yes, Ms. Hudson, you may provide your public comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Hi, Sherry Hudson. I am a resident of Costa Mesa and a business owner of Costa Mesa. I have Halloween boutique at Triangle Square, and I'm in favor of the signage. I think anything we can do to help our businesses right now with signage, keeping Triangle Square a relevant place, cutting edge and kind of giving it something new and updated. I think it will help the tenants. It'll help the city attract new business. I mean, I just think we kind of need to do something to try and help businesses right now. And I think the signage is fresh and I like how they painted the building. So I think they're moving forward in the right direction. So I'm full support as a resident and a tenant. So thank you for your time and I hope this happens. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. The next, Julie, is Galaxy S whatever, 20?
Yes, so whoever's name is Galaxy S20 FEFG, you may provide your public comment.
You need to unmute yourself. Are you with us?
I recommend you go on to the next speaker
Yep,
and then
I
come
I
back.
agree, Ms. Green. Very good. Ms. Martin is next, Julie.
Ms. Martin?
Oh,
There you
yes,
go.
thank you. I have lived in Costa Mesa for 53 years and have seen Triangle Square evolve. Why has it lost its tenants over these years? Ms. Newman showed slides of the square's heyday. Several prospective tenants raved about the quote, great traffic. A little side note, that traffic isn't stopping, it's moving through. The answer is Triangle Square has horrible parking facilities. No questions about that. Lowering the dome billboard makes it less visible to homes. Yes, I agree. The slide that was shown was taken from my son's front doorstep. But lowering the billboard on the dome will be more visible to drivers who, I might add again, are not stopping. Mr. Israel said that his number one concern was the neighbors. My number one concern is two-pronged. Yes, the neighbors, my sons, my daughter-in-laws, and their neighbors, but also dangerous traffic conditions. I'm on the Bikeway and Walkability Committee and recently received a report that shows the area around Triangle Square is in the red zone. With citywide pedestrian-involved collisions, the red zone indicates fatal and severe injury. The red zone also indicates high for a 1/4 mile collision density. As I said, I've lived in this city for 53 years and I have walked the entire city from Brookhurst to Baker, from Sunflower to Irvine. I walk a lot, including Triangle Square because I visit my son and daughter-in-law often. I don't want my life to be taken by a driver who is distracted by LED billboards. And that's the sole intent of LED billboards, is to distract the drivers. My husband, who is a cyclist, told me not too long ago that he worries about my safety when I go for my walks. I worry about him when he goes on his bike. But listen to this, he worries about me walking in town. I say no to LED billboards in Triangle Square. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so Galaxy S20 FE 5G, we're going to give you one more shot. Julie, if you can, well, no, they're gone. Call-in user 1, Julie.
Okay, caller user 1, you may provide your public comment.
Buen día. Estoy un poco nerviosa por lo que voy a decir, pero aquí va. Mire, yo paso todos los días por la intersección ubicada entre el 19 y la avenida Newport. Y de hecho, siempre hay tantos accidentes precisamente ahí. Me preocupa la gente que no ponga atención a la carretera por las señales puestas. Y sigo con la pregunta, ¿esto pasaría en Mesa Verde, otro lugar que no sería en el lado del oeste? Y aquí me pregunto también, ¿están en una posición de proteger a la gente? Los daños que puedan hacer más daño. Gracias.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do we have
Okay,
the ability
next.
to get a translation for that?
We don't just immediately this evening unless somebody speaks Spanish that's on staff in the meeting.
Chair, I'm sorry, we were not alerted ahead of time that we would need to have a translation available.
Okay. Protocol we need to talk about probably at a later date. Mr. Humphrey's next in the queue, Julie.
Yes, Mr. Humphrey, you may provide your comment.
Good evening, Commission. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. I too am against this signage. Certainly people did an awful lot of work to try and show us why it will be wonderful. But as Flo Martin said, it's designed to be a distraction. It's at the busiest intersection in Costa Mesa. And it is a precedent setter, being where it is especially. And you guys, most of you know me and precedents. We're just going to see this move forward as it gets here, then it'll be allowed somewhere else and somewhere else. And eventually Costa Mesa will become the Ginza of Orange County. And the problem with that is that we will now be invaded by those kind of ads. I'm sure most of you have looked at news on the internet. And when you go on the internet, you find how slow it goes when they're populating all the ads so they can get their ad time in. The same thing is true here as we get constantly hit with ads. I understand the benefit of ads. I understand what it needs to be, but it doesn't need to be a net negative interference on us. Keep in mind also that the Costa Mesa General Plan, just before it was approved, has not been approved with this process, but the northeast corner of Newport Boulevard and 19th Street was originally proposed to be a high-density residential overlay zone that would allow for 40 units per acre. So directly, diagonally across the street is proposed high-density residential, would certainly be impacted by that sign there. And as the state pushes the city to include more high density, more residential, you're going to see those kind of things come up. Granted, it does not exist right this moment, but we know how things change and we know how that can move forward. This signage is already about 1.5 times what the original allowed signage was. And we do that without any limitations that I can see in the condition of approval, such as if they violate the rules of the signs, flashing, etc., can we just say they have to remove the signs? Don't wait for court orders. Don't wait for everything else. As a part of the condition, they'll remove the signs if they violate the rules. We don't have those kind of things in the conditions of approval. And the most important thing, I think, is you have to think about what's going to happen on those corners and why those signs are there. Granted, it's going to help some of those businesses, but are you going to get revenue from the free advertising that is given for the tenants? Or are you going to get some kind of a relationship that gives money back to the city? All those things are just kind of floating in the air, and it's a very big concern for me. So until those things are completely worked out, I really cannot support this project in any way, shape, or form. And my biggest concern is that it simply is just adding the signage that is unnecessary. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Foley is next, Julie.
Yes, Mr. Foley, you may provide public comment.
Good evening, guys. This is Jeff Foley, and I'm both a Costa Mesa resident living over on 19th and Orange, and I'm also the leasing broker over at Triangle Square. So over the last few years, everyone knows that it's well traveled that it's been difficult to fill some of our vacancies over there. Obviously, the former Sutras space has been a very difficult space with some other trouble spaces as well. Back in basically mid 2019, we got Sevilla signed up, and the whole hope was to use that momentum to then bring in a tenant to the Sutra space and to fill some of those spaces out in Newport Boulevard. We then got some significant interest from some high-end brands that we thought was really going to bring the Triangle to where we want it to be, to finally fulfill its potential. A lot of these brands were right there on the cusp of signing a deal. We couldn't really offer them what they needed to finalize the deals, but they said, let's wait for Sevilla to open. Let's see how the traffic improves. Let's see how the overall project improves, and we'll then sign a lease. Lo and behold, just as Sevilla opens, COVID hits, and we weren't able to really offer these guys something that could get these deals over the board. Since then, obviously, we've been talking about this plan and we've showed some of these tenants what we could do. We've offered up 12 to 18 months of signage opportunities here. And some of these guys are now re-looking at the project. They're saying, if this is something that would come on board, we would be willing to take a look, and this could sort of seal the deal. So in terms of the project, having worked on this for the last 3 years, this is something that is just a necessity to get spaces full. I mean, we're really, you know, as we all know, it's just, we haven't been able to secure long-term tenants here. There's been too much turnover. And for the heart of Costa Mesa, we want to see long-term tenants such as Yard House. We want to continue that with Sevilla and more to come. And this is just really going to be a major, major part of making that happen. So look, I just think in terms of what we're doing here, guys, I know there's some concerns from long-term residents and you know, that they, with the cars and everything else, but at the end of the day, this project needs to succeed. It's the heart of Costa Mesa. So you pass the triangle and then you're up towards 17th Street. If this is, you know, if this starts to vacate more and more, there's going to be more an eyesore than signs. We're going to have a vacant concrete jungle in here. You know, we need to get these spaces filled sooner rather than later. And without this signage, it's going to be very, very difficult to do that. So I obviously strongly implore from both the residents and from obviously being a professional working at the property that this needs to happen. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Julie, I believe the next speaker is Miss Vandenhout.
Yes, Ms. Vandenhout, you may provide your public comment, please.
Yes, good evening, everybody, and a member of the planning committee. I really appreciate for your time. My name is Anne Vandenhout, and alongside with my husband, Eric, we are the owner of Cafe Sevilla. You've heard our name, the business name mentioned or seen in some of the presentation earlier today. So first and foremost, thank you for taking the time, and certainly appreciate that your position as you're listening to the pros and the cons of this project. Yes, Cafe Sevilla is fully supporting and in favor of the signage, but not simply because it makes business sense, not simply because it's an economical factor for the survival of our brand and the center. I believe that a little tidbit of information, what you may not know is that back in 1998, we were interested in coming to the center, and we had actually signed a lease to be part of that footprint, actually where Sutra ended up being. As you know, the history of the center, it was very shaky at the time. We backed out of the deal for all the good reasons that we all know. Fast forward, we met with Tyler in 2018, and we really enjoyed the vision of what he had to say about the journey he's going to take the center upon. We signed, and yes, we did open on March 13, and behold, unknown to us, and shut down on March 16th due to the pandemic. However, it is an iconic building. It's an iconic point for Costa Mesa. This is the first site that you get coming out of the 55 freeway. So set aside, the businesses need to be seen and advertised. And let's think of what is best for Costa Mesa, for the resident, and for the survival of all of us. We can't pitch, making our bottom line versus safety. This argument never wins, and this is certainly not one that we want to bring forth. The newest and revised presentation that is put forth, to me, looks as a great compromise between beautification of that corner. I have to say, and I'm sure all of you have driven by lately, the center, what it looked like 2 years ago to what it looks like today, as night and day. The vibrant color, the newest signage that will be static, that is proposed, is very elegant and less of a distraction. I drive to that intersection, about 4 or 5 times a week. It's a very busy intersection, there's no doubt. One of the worst thing that I have found myself looking is, oh, what's advertised in the square right now? What's advertised in the corner? And trying to read the Providence sign. So if you have something that has a backlit and light that actually will illuminate lightly the message that is being sent, I truly believe is going to help not only the drivers, but all of us, in even the neighboring, read the sign without having so much of a distraction. I believe some of those folks that spoke before me were really made aware of all of the reasons why not have this signage. You know, given the nature of our last name,
Mr.
you may have.
Chairman, sorry to interrupt, but her 3 minutes is up.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Vanden Hout, for your comments.
Thank
Next speaker is Alex Petrosian.
Alex, you may provide your public comment now.
Thank you guys for having me. My name is Alex Petrosian, and I am the owner of La Vida Cantina. I just wanted to voice my 100% support for this digital signage, mostly because for my location, not only does it help the entire center out, but locations like mine in the middle of the center, they have very little transparency to the outside. People who drive by don't even know we exist. And the signage that we currently have are so outdated that and small, it's just really difficult to read. And I really think that an LED sign not only would be more eye-popping, but can really revitalize the businesses that are already there and enhance or attract new businesses to fill the center. Because right now, we are a center with half vacancies that could really use, we could really use to fill them up and bring a lot of businesses and a lot of money and a lot of support to the city. Because, I mean, in my experience, Triangle Center is the center of Costa Mesa. It is our entertainment hub that people travel far distances to go to. And the more we can enhance this center, the better off it would be for not only us involved, but the surrounding areas as well. Because the more traffic we bring, the more the entire city benefits. So I have 90 employees that would really like our business to thrive. And I truly believe that approving this signage would help us, the center, and the entire city of Costa Mesa. So I just want to bring my 100% support for this program.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Next public speaker, Shahan Mehta. Sorry if I mispronounced it. You may provide public comment.
Thank you. Is everyone able to hear me?
Yes,
my name is Sean Mehta. I have a company called Aspire Salon Studios. We provide what is essentially executive offices for hairdressers and beauticians. I have 3 locations currently in the Inland Empire. I'm a longtime Orange County resident in Newport Beach and in Corona Del Mar. I spent a good part of my life here in Orange County, and I spent a lot of nights in Costa Mesa at the former Sutra and on occasion now at Time and some of the restaurants. I'm currently in negotiations with Tyler and with the Triangle on signing a lease for the former Sutra space as well as the Keys on Main space. We believe that the site is ideal for a studio. It has a wonderful character. It's a beautiful building, and it's right in the heart of Orange County. I'm not saying in the heart of Costa Mesa. I really do believe it's actually in the heart of Orange County. It draws from all surrounding neighborhoods, and we think we will be able to have great success if we are able to come to terms and to get into the center. I've been working with Jeff and with Tyler, and we have agreed to all deal points. And we have signed LOI, and I actually have the lease here from them. The one contingency that we have is that we get this signage program approved. And I know that sounds like somebody's trying to be strong arming, and I hope it doesn't come across that way, because that's not my intent at all. It's simply because getting the word out for our business is critical. This is our first foray into Orange County, and being able to get our name and the names of our individual salon owners in front of the community is critical. And for the community members who are a little concerned about big business versus the community, we have something on the order of 120 individuals who will be owning their own businesses in our facilities. And for them, being able to get in front of the community to let them know what services they're offering is imperative. Right now, they're using social media, but I can think of no better way than this digital signage program for them to get their names out there. These are non-college educated, self-employed, primarily women, who will be working at the facilities. And yeah, I mean, I just, growing up here, I think Triangle is just an amazing place. It's been sad for me to see all my life it continued to struggle. Tyler is just absolutely wonderful with what he's doing to the center, with the amount of money he's spending to get it rehabbed. And I really hope that the city is able to push this signage program through, so I can sign with them, and we can break ground and move past this pandemic and fill this beautiful center with some beautiful studios. I'm just looking at my notes. To people who are questioning.
Mr. Chairman, his 3 minutes are up.
I'm sorry, thank you, sir. Okay, next speaker, Julia's telephone number ending in 0814.
Yes, if your phone number ends in 0814, it is time to provide public comments.
Okie dokie. I think it's useful to go back a little bit in time and look at this project. It was a redevelopment project, and at the time it was approved, it was given special exceptions on height, on floor area ratio, open space, you name it, there was a special exception. Now they're asking for more special exceptions, and I have to say the staff report findings do not really support another special privilege for this project. There's no evidence in the record to support an additional special privilege for this project. In addition, the outreach was pathetic, particularly to the area on the far side of the courtyards, from which the Triangle area is highly visible, particularly from second floor units. The staff report, and as a matter of fact, the presentation don't provide full elevations for the whole project. You're looking at a sign program of nearly 5,000 square feet, but most of the presentation was focused on just 3 elements of about half of the sign square footage. You really didn't see anything that showed what's it going to look like from the south side with everything lit. What's it going to look like from the northwest side or northeast side with everything lit? What's it going to look like from the west side with everything lit? You need to see that before you approve it. And finally, more signage does not equate to more business. If that were the case, the Triangle would already be outgunning South Coast Plaza on revenue per square foot. But what it does is it equates to more revenue for the property owner, which is all well and good as long as no one else is affected. However, I have a couple questions about that. Will a portion of the billboards, essentially, because that's what it meets the definition of, be reserved for tenants? Will the property owner be more highly motivated to sell that space to off-site users, thereby detracting from business from the on-site tenants? Will the on-site tenants have to pay a premium for that space? Will the on-site tenant be in a building that basically is flashy, has a sign directing people to go to a business a half mile away? I don't think that would be very fair to the on-site tenants. And I think about downtown LA about 15, 20 years ago, when there were buildings that had wraps or buildings where all the pedestrian level was devoted to signage for off-site uses. And basically that was the revenue stream. The owners basically gave up on getting tenants for the buildings, and the buildings function as nothing more than a support structure for a sign. And I don't want to see that happen at Triangle Square. It wouldn't be good for our downtown. It wouldn't be good for the remaining tenants, and it wouldn't be good for other businesses in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, I believe, is Ms. Valenzuela, Julie.
Yes. Got it. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry about that.
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this evening. I am Carla Valenzuela, the President and CEO of the Costa Mesa Chamber of Commerce. And as a nonprofit organization and as a tenant at the Triangle, the Chamber views the LED signage as an added value service to its chamber membership. This impressive visual messaging opportunity represents being able to promote, welcome our new businesses coming into town and joining the chamber, thanking businesses who renew their membership, especially during these pandemic times, recognizing our partners and our key sponsors for their support and commitment through the years, promoting upcoming events. Communication right now and connecting and keeping connected with the business community is vital. Additionally, given the pandemic times that we find ourselves in, our businesses continue to struggle, and we must help our businesses persevere and adapt. The revenue that advertising dollars would bring to the Triangle is important income that will help with their financial survival and revitalization of the area. A thriving Triangle attracts new businesses to its location, which represents potential new membership for the chamber. Last year, the chamber relocated to the Triangle with the opportunity of having a presence at this location, which represents excellent visibility and the ability to attract more membership to the organization. The chamber endorses the LED signage program, and we look forward to it being activated soon. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Julie, next public speaker is Ms. Arthur.
I'm not Ms. Arthur. This is Stephen Chan. Can I take these 3 minutes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chan.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Boy, what a discussion, and over what has to be just immensely valuable eyeballs going past that place on the 55 and Newport Boulevard, in and out of Newport Beach. You got to be sure there's going to be Audi and Mercedes in all of those ads, because that is a demographic that they want. I got to tell y'all about the presentation. Kind of brings a lot more, well, just sheds more light on just the outreach, you know, the 3,500 outreach efforts, and there was a map. And, you know, that thing showed the whole east side. And up here by the soup kitchen, we have just 12 feet of elevation gain on Triangle. They're at 91 and we're at 103, but that is a floor on a house. And we, on our second story decks at that location, we can absolutely see the roof line of Triangle, and that's 3,000 square feet away. Now, granted, once we get senior housing perhaps stacked up on one another at the senior center, that might block the view. But what about the folks in Bethel? They're going to be looking down on this. And some of the previous callers really brought up some good points about the RENA-induced development that we're going to be undergoing probably a lot in voting District 4 and District 5 west of the 55 that is going to be impacted by this. And I've got to say, I'm not totally opposed to this at all. There's got to be something that we got to come up with for that center. I really appreciate the facts that were presented where they've lowered the signage, et cetera. You know, the ballpark over at Lions Park, when they're having night games, we absolutely see it from our place. So any budding stargazers out there, the future astronomers, within, I'd say, you know, more than 500 feet, there's absolutely an impact on this this thing called light pollution. So, you know, if they can mitigate some of these things, that would be great. I would hope that a $500,000, 30-year times 3 potential is not wind up into another beggar thy neighbor situation. Please, City of Costa Mesa, commissioners, this is not the way to handle a commercial residential interface, which this is not a fence. We see that place from 3,000 feet away, and obviously Bethel Tower does. So please keep those things in mind, and thank you for your considerations.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Julius Todd Martin.
Hello, can you
Yes.
guys hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Great. Hey, thank you very much, commissioners, for allowing me to be on here to say my piece. My wife and I have been here at Church Street for, gosh, like close to 23 years now. I've lived in Costa Mesa my entire life. You heard from my mom earlier, so 50 plus years. I'm a small business owner as well. And one of those pictures that was shown in the presentation was from our front yard, which is representative of what I see looking out the window in my living room, which is also where I sleep at night. So we do have a clear view of that dome right off of 19th and Newport Boulevard. And for me, I've never been a Las Vegas style person. I don't like billboards. And for that thing to be shining in here, even if they say, oh yeah, we keep the light down, it's still light. And at nighttime, it will be visible no matter how much they turn it down. And we've been even proposing or thinking about putting a second story in our house so we can have a deck out front, which faces directly at the dome, so we could watch the sunset, which is directly behind it. And of course, you can imagine how much that fun that would be. Hey, there's the sunset. Oh wait, that's a Audi. That's an Audi advertisement. Oh wait, now it's a BMW advertisement. Yahoo! So it's just kind of putting the kibosh on that. And something I want to bring up is the community outreach was very poor. I met with Cora and Katie Newman back in late October, and they came in to verify my view of the dome from inside the house. And, you know, we talked about, it was obvious I'm very opposed to it because I don't like the whole Las Vegas style feel. And that's one of the things I love about Costa Mesa and why I stay here. And, you know, I asked to be on an emailing list with them. They said no problem. Never did. We never received any kind of mailer in, you know, snail mail, email, anything. The only response I ever got from them was when I reached out to them to say, hey, what's going on? And then, oh, okay. And I didn't find out about this meeting until late last week. And I went and canvassed my neighborhood to say, hey, you know, let you guys know that this is going on. I'd say probably 80 to 90% of them didn't even know about the project, and none of them knew about the meeting. And they were surprised. And some of them may have gotten on here. I mean, it's kind of late now, so I imagine they've gotten tired and bailed. But anyways, the community outreach was not what they said. It did not happen, period. And I didn't even have that much time. I could have gone to more neighbors, and I had the intention to, but just didn't have enough time to pull that off. Another thing too is, you know, the accidents on 19th Street, you know, 19th and Newport is the busiest intersection in all of Orange County. I can't tell you how many times I have been sitting in my living room and I hear the screeching of brakes, the smash, and I am sprinting out my front door towards Newport Boulevard to try and help out with whatever situation just went down. It has happened over and over and over again. And the whole idea of a great big lit up LED billboard is to attract somebody's attention. And we're saying, hey, this is a great spot because it's right at the end of the freeway where people try to jump through that intersection as fast as they can. They run the red all the time. You think that's going to help? I can guarantee you, I would bet dollars to donuts there is going to be way more accidents once these LED signs go up. And I don't want to have to be running out there all the time trying to help people out. It's just, I don't know, it's just a bad idea. It sets a precedence. We cannot deny that. If we allow this to happen and someone else wants to do it, they'll find some.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Martin, your 3 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Julie, is Linda Morgan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you to you members who responded to my email today. I appreciate you taking the time to at least acknowledge that I had written to you. As I said in my email, I've lived in Costa Mesa my whole life. And I'll be honest, that's 66 years, and most of it on the east side of Costa Mesa. I remember when Triangle Square, which is an oxymoron to me, is it a triangle or is it a square? Which is it? I remember when it wasn't there. And when it was built, it was pretty exciting, but it never has done well. It has never done well. I don't know if when it was developed, if the Planning Commission, no offense, didn't do a very good job, but it has not done well. We've heard this over and over and over again. And I think it's probably the parking. I don't even like to go there. You see that set of stairs. If you're my age and older, you can't walk up those stairs. Where's the elevator? It's just not aesthetically pleasing where you want to go shop there. And I think that's the problem with the parking and how to get in and out of it. And then as soon as you get to know a business is there, all of a sudden they're gone. So is it the rent's too high? What is it? And has anything been done to kind of circumvent this and figure out just what is the problem? Before we light up the sky, we're not Times Square, we're not Las Vegas. I live nearby, my son lives on Church Street. And again, to reiterate, it's that intersection. I mean, I hear, just like Todd Martin just said, every afternoon, I live on Cirque Street, I hear sirens every single afternoon starting at 4 o'clock, all afternoon and evening. It's constant. It's just, so to light it up to distract people, it's just completely absurd in my thinking. Furthermore, I don't know how many of you enjoy commercials on television. Do you unmute them or do you mute them? I hate advertising, and I am offended by having to be subjected to unsolicited advertising, visually, auditory, anything. And now I can't even drive through my city, I call it my city because I was born and raised here, without someone throwing an ad at me. Why don't you pay me to watch your ad? And we're only talking about a small fraction of business owners in Costa Mesa. I know all businesses are doing poor, all of them. So we're trying to boost this for some people. I just think it's wrong. It's a blight on our city. Let's go back to the drawing board and start over again. This has been going on for day one, poor traffic in that place. So I encourage you not to let this go through at this point. We're not ready for it. It's not done well. Thank you for your time. I hope that this turns out the way I want it to turn out. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, ma'am. Julie, next speaker is Eric.
Eric, you may provide your public comment.
Hello, my name is Eric Lee. I'm the Director of Operations for Starlight Cinemas. Just kind of piggybacking on what the other tenants were saying, we're definitely struggling with, we were struggling before COVID, and now with COVID being here, and we're one of those businesses where there is no outdoor dining option for us. We're completely closed down. And when we do reopen, we want to be able to reopen and not just reopen and survive, but reopen and thrive and support our employees. We have over 50 employees on average working for us throughout the year. We have had signage added to some of our other locations, digital signage, and it has increased our business. So we are all in support of that. And so we think that the digital signage would be a great addition. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Mr. Benton.
Yes, Mr. Benton, you may provide your public comment.
All right, can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Awesome, thank you. So my name's Clayton. I'm actually the general manager of the 24-hour fitness in Triangle Square. I just like to say that, you know, me and the 45 to 50 employees, we're in full support of the signage, right? And as you guys know, COVID has definitely hit the fitness industry pretty hard in the last year. Like time, you know, we have to be, we can't have any kind of outdoor dining or anything like that. Everything's done really in-house, right? And so our goal, again, just like the movie theater, was really to survive COVID. And as we come out, as we're nearing really the back end of COVID, now our mindset has really shifted to the thrive mode. And so as you think, as we talk about the digital plan, right, and the signage, that's exactly what this will do for us. As you drive around Triangle Square, especially coming off the freeway, you know, sometimes you only get to see one part of Triangle Square, right? Or if you're going down Harbor and 19th, you don't always get to see what all Triangle has to offer. If you're a neighboring resident from Newport Beach or from Huntington Beach, you don't always know, especially if you're coming from, you know, if you just move to those areas from out of Orange County. So I think this signage will definitely drive a lot of traffic, especially for our neighboring residents who doesn't know what Triangle has to offer. Speaking for myself, when I first moved to Southern California, from Northern California, I never really knew until I actually got a job at 24 what Triangle had to offer, and I drove by it plenty of times. So I think that with the amount of traffic that does go by, and us being able to show what we had to offer, I definitely believe that it'll drive traffic a heck of a lot more. So 24-hour fitness, and you know, our employees are definitely in full support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, Julie, next speaker's phone number ending in 3350, I believe.
Yes. If your phone number ends in 3350, you may provide your public comment now.
Hello, thank you for taking my call. My name is Melissa, and I oppose the digital billboard as a resident 25 years plus. I don't welcome the thought of light pollution. We live on Broadway, and this will negatively impact not only our peaceful enjoyment of our home, but also our property value. Traffic is already a nightmare at 19th and Newport, and there's so much cut-through traffic. I'm sure before and after that, if you're heading northbound or if you're heading southbound, there's a lot of traffic that goes through the east side. To avoid that, there's just going to be more of that traffic. The accidents that happen, like the residents on Church said, we hear those from the 100 block of Broadway as well. So there are numerous accidents there, and I don't know how you could put through a 90-year extension on this agreement. That's ridiculous. And when listening to the Aspire prospective tenant, there's going to be 100 hairstylists with spaces there. Where are they going to park? Are they going to continue to park on our street? I just don't appreciate that. And then, you know, it's always been an issue there at the Triangle with people not wanting to go there because of the messed up parking situation. We need to address that. The outreach was slim to none. It was by happenstance that we found out about a Zoom meeting. We never heard about the Chamber of Commerce's Zoom meeting until after it happened. So I don't think that them reaching 3,500 people, what was it, 35 people 100 times or whatever the math works out to, because we certainly did not receive any outreach on that. And lastly, the artwork approval. Are we going to have a committee on that as well to determine what's considered acceptable? What might be acceptable to some? I mean, if I had a young child, I would not want a scantily clad woman on a billboard where I have to, tell my child to close their eyes every time we pass there. And lastly, if there are any sort of lawsuits because of somebody getting in an accident, are they going to point to the city, or is the current owner or the next owner going to, field the bill on that? I vehemently oppose the digital billboard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker is Ms. McDonald.
Yes, Ms. McDonald, you may provide your public comment.
Hi, can you hear me all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you get the video that I sent in to accompany my public comment?
Yes, Stacy will be putting that up. Did you want that to be put up right now?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that was the Beverly Center in LA, and it was very interesting that none of the ads on those LED billboards at the Beverly Center were for any of its tenants. They were for movies, television shows, and music that are available everywhere. The car and foot traffic in and out of the center was practically nothing. Obviously, this sort of signage isn't drawing people to that center. Beverly Center is 8 stories high, much taller than Triangle Square. So its LED signs are higher from ground level and out of sight of motorists at intersections. The proposed LED signs we've seen tonight will be low enough to be in motorists' eyes and may even conflict with traffic signals near the signs. They're lower than digital billboards that you see along freeways, which is not a valid comparison when it comes to accident rates. The 3 intersections where the property sits are the most dangerous intersections in Costa Mesa, particularly for pedestrians. And you've all seen the map of hotspots of deaths and injuries that I emailed you. For those of you who are considering voting for this item, I suggest you visit Beverly Center before doing so. And we've heard from a bunch of residents tonight that oppose the billboards for very good reasons. We're not anti-business. We are the ones that support our local businesses. We rarely shop out of town. I like businesses like the Lab and the Camp that have changed Sobeka into a vibrant, walkable, and bikeable neighborhood, all without billboards. It's strange that the Courtyard, 17th Street, and South Coast Plaza are so successful, but they don't have these signs. The consultants have done a great job of illustrating what you will think these signs will be like, but if these LED signs are so great for businesses, why doesn't Newport, Irvine, and Laguna have them? So before you vote on this, you should take a field trip to Beverly Center and see what the real signs will look like. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, Julie, is Ms. Massaro.
Yes, Ms. Massaro, you may provide your public comment.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Planning Commission, for your time in ensuring that we continue to have a thriving and beautiful city. I really appreciate the improvements that are planned for Triangle Square. My family and I have enjoyed going there for many years, and we're very sad that it's mostly shut down now due to COVID restrictions. Triangle Square has struggled for years, not for a lack of signage and visibility. The problem is convenience and ease of access. You have to commit to park and then walk and go all the way in. There's no casual access. The signage doesn't change this and the visibility doesn't change this. It's just inconvenient access. I had some questions that have come up as I've listened to the different callers in the presentation. First of all, who is going to monitor, maintain, and police the billboard when or if it does get too bright or it doesn't transition the way that they are proposing, or it flashes like they promised that it won't, or the advertising is offensive or political or inappropriate, who's going to police this? I imagine it's going to be left to the neighbors to monitor and complain about this. Who's going to address their concerns? How will that be remedied? Who will handle all the lawsuits if it's not addressed and remedied? It seems like you're going to have a constant headache dealing with all of the constant complaints that are likely to occur. Second, the video that I just saw from the Beverly Center shows us really what that will look like, and it really reminded me that movies will be advertised there. I do not want to see R-rated movie images flashing across my city. Third, the proposal for the city to decide on something that you're going to be directly benefiting from, 25% of the advertising profits, seems like a conflict of interest to me, and that will mar the reputation of integrity in our city's leadership. I agree with the previous caller that you should be paying us to watch your advertising. Why should the city be benefiting by reaping in advertising dollars while we deal with the consequences of changing the aesthetic of our city, increasing the likelihood of car injuries, harming the enjoyment of the property, and lowering the property values of the local neighbors? No decision should be made on this until all these questions and concerns by the public have been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker is Chris.
Yes, Chris, you may provide your public comment.
Chris, you need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I want to speak out against the installation of the signage at Triangle Square. The proposal of the signage with LED lighting, I think is a bad idea. My major concern about it is the possibility, or more likely the probability, of increased accidents at the corner of 19th and Newport Boulevard. I travel that intersection multiple times daily. There's people walking, there's people on bikes, there's people in their cars and their trucks and other motor vehicles, oftentimes at great speed, above average speed, and maybe through yellow lights and almost red lights. Drivers today are already distracted with their phones. If you put up LED lighting and advertising and changing images, it's another additional distraction to drivers that will lead to more accidents. People
I think we lost her. Okay, Chris, I think we lost you, but we appreciate your comments. We'll move on to the next caller, Juliet's call-in user 2.
Right. Go ahead, caller number 2. You may provide your public comment.
Yes, thank you for letting me comment on this. I'd like to just quickly say that the Spanish speaker that called in was from the West Side, and from her comment, my Spanish is not perfect, but she was stating that she sees many accidents every day at that intersection and was questioning, would this sign still be considered if it was being put up north or in the Mesa Verde area? That was the gist of her statement. My statement is this: let's call this what this is. It's a third-party billboard. If the city is going to make $500,000, then that means the Triangle Square will be $1.5 million or more. And if that's how much they're going to make in the cash third-party billboards, then how much is going to be allowed for their actual center and their actual employees? my question is also what others have said, and I agree with what the others have said, is that what's the litigation as far as the accidents occurring on that intersection, which are daily? I mean, is that the signs going to be another reason for more lawsuits for culpability by the city? It's very worrisome that we're getting involved in some of this that we don't know the answers to. Also, I'm interested in the preliminary Caltrans report, but I'm interested more in what was submitted to Caltrans and that they've given a temporary approval of this. And I'd like to see, you know, how they arrived at that conclusion, especially based on the traffic patterning at that particular intersection. As you recall, about 2 or 3 years ago, we had a similar situation at the Cadillac dealer, and the residents on Princeton were assured that nothing would happen with the lighting. And that lighting spilled over. We have a number of people that moved off of Princeton just because of that problem and the broken promises. So I think we need to be very careful on how we approach this. And I do agree with others that said the outreach. I've had several people tell me they have not had outreach and they've lived on the 100 block of Broadway and even closer and haven't been notified. In fact, other commercial businesses across the street had no indication that this was taking place tonight. And I don't think we want Triangle Square to be this triangle advertising tower that every space that is available is some third party advertising. And the censorship. Also, I'd like in the staff report, I wish they would have included a legal expert on these First Amendment rights and the billboards, because evidently that's a very hot topic now. And there's some case study, case law, and litigation that's been instituted regarding these billboards. So I'd like to know if that is upheld, we're going to have no control whether you have an agreement or not. And that'll leave us in a tentative position for litigation ourselves. If they violate that law, we have no control over it. So please, this is Costa Mesa. South Coast Plaza has a booming business.
This 3 minutes are up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next caller is email address canonmanagement.com.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
My name is Jeffrey Sack. I've been in California for approximately 30 years. 15 of those years have been in Costa Mesa. I lived right down the street, and I was here a long time and saw the Triangle Square change many times. I'm currently a resident of Huntington Beach. I consider calling you today as a local, but not only that, I am the facilities manager for the Triangle Square. I've been in commercial real estate for about 25 years, and when the opportunity came to work for the Triangle Square, I was very excited to work here. I saw it as a great opportunity. It's easy to say that billboards are put here to distract people. That's not the case. LED billboards are not put in place to distract people. Talking to all the tenants here, I'm very familiar and been in commercial real estate for so long. One of the biggest challenges we have is with tenants is to be able to display their advertisement and their needs and their specials, and to create people to want to come to the center or their places. The main purpose of an LED panel or sign is to be able to change content of your needs, of the tenants. That's what it's there for. It's not to distract. It's to be able to display multiple content. As the previous speaker spoke, and you can do that in very safe ways. I won't go into all that because he had a great presentation. But I just wanted to say that obviously I'm all for this, and I think it would be great for the tenants here. And the funds that are going to be used generated for this billboard are here to be put back into the center to revitalize it, We want to embrace the arts of Costa Mesa. We had that nice mural painted on the corner of 19th and Harbor. We did that because we want to embrace the arts, and that's what the funds are going to be going back into, continuing to make the Triangle Square a place that we all can be proud of at the center of Costa Mesa and at the end of the freeway. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next speaker is phone number ending in 8046.
If your phone number ends in 8046, please unmute yourself and you're allowed to provide public comment.
Phone, you would need to press *6 to
Yep,
unmute
please press
yourself.
*6 to unmute, please.
Mr. Chair, I recommend we go to the next speaker.
Okay. Now, can you hear
Oh,
me?
there you go. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Very good.
I'm sorry about that. I was pressed tiny little buttons on my phone and big fat fingers. Okay, thank you. I just one thing that I noticed about this is as they were doing their presentation that I didn't have, and what I was planning on talking about was how the transitions looked like they were going to be fairly rapid, and it's they're just going too fast and it's going to be too distracting. And the distraction factor is one of the main things that I'm concerned about. That there are a lot of accidents in this place now, and it's just going to make it very likely that there will be a lot more. I don't usually use the strong language that I'm going to use. I'm not going to cuss, but this is, you know, why are you up there on that virtual dais tonight? I can't wait until we can meet in council chambers. But are you up there to serve the people of Costa Mesa, or to promote someone else's political agenda, or to serve the interests of the applicant and in the process serve your own interests? I don't think that that's what the heart is for most of you there, probably all of you. I believe that you know that you're there and want to serve the best interests of the community. So, you know the problems that this project would bring. The light bleed into residential neighborhoods, driver distraction, that will exacerbate the very real dangers this intersection already has, as other people have aptly described. The point is that once again, there is an attack on our Costa Mesa quality of life. It just seems like it never stops. But once again, here's an onslaught. And we've fought off so many. It gets tiring. And just because this application is better than the last, it doesn't mean it's good. You all know how much opposition there was to this scheme the first time. What part of no don't you understand? Why is this even coming back? I know it's from lobbying from the applicant, and the planning commission has to hear these things. But I'm just insulted that they're even bringing it back after we gave them such a strong message before that this wasn't going to really fly in Costa Mesa. On the face of it, it appears to be the same sort of cynical attempt to push through a plan that was repugnant to the residents the first time. Only this time it's coming up while we're still distracted by a pandemic and the personal and financial impacts many of us are dealing with now. There's a lot of people who paid attention to this, but I think a lot more would have been drawn into this discussion if we didn't have all these other things right now burdening us. So I noticed a few things that came up in the discussion. One is that you didn't reach out to much of the east side, or they didn't reach out to much of the east side, the flower streets, all the big tract of streets nearby. It was very clear that they had reached out to the west side, but they didn't highlight the east side, and that's where a lot of the problem is that this does have an impact on the community in so many ways, in a much wider swath of community than the little speck that was actually looked at. So you can hear the sirens all over the place.
Mr. Chairman,
So many.
Sorry to interrupt, but
accidents.
the 3 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you all
Thank you for
very
your
much.
comments.
And thank you for
Appreciate it.
serving.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker is Herb Nettle or Natal. Sorry if I got it wrong, both ways.
Natal is right. I appreciate it. Can you guys
Okay.
hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
I strongly oppose the proposal to have digital billboards at Triangle. I've lived in Costa Mesa for more than 15 years. I appreciate that I can walk and ride my bike to all parts of the city. This proposal is a major safety concern for the residents, my family, and myself. We all know this is one of the most densely populated areas in Orange County. These digital billboards will clearly be a distraction to drivers. In addition to safety aspect, I have great concern for what this would do to the surrounding commercial properties and residents who live in close proximity. This will be an eyesore in the middle of our city. We do not want a billboard in the middle of our downtown, and we don't have any misconceptions that this will be anything but that. There will be a heavy price to pay to the surrounding properties, the residents, and the overall quality of life in Costa Mesa. This deal is not worth it. To say that the only way Triangle will succeed is to allow digital billboards is completely absurd. Billboards are designed to draw attention. Isn't that another way of saying that a digital billboard will be distracting while you're driving? Please vote no on this plan. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next speaker is Geraldine. And you, please go ahead.
As well. I live off of Church Street. Been here for 22 years, so close proximity to Triangle Square. Just look right out my front window and I can see the dome. So again, my house does face the dome and I can see all the light coming off of it. I wanted to say as well that in regards to the community outreach, didn't receive anything in regards to this meeting, any previous meetings, nothing in the mail. In talking to the neighbors, they did not either receive any kind of information about this meeting. So I just wanted to address that. I do have a couple topics that I want to hit on tonight, one being the community impact, the safety of our community, the content of the sign, and the conflict of interest that the city is facing. So I want to touch on those. One, it was stated that the lights will not impact the surrounding community. However, I never heard anywhere in this presentation what levels of brightness or limits are going to actually be agreed to. So it's hard to justify that statement when in fact there's nothing that's been settled on. Two, who's going to determine what light strength and brightness is appropriate and acceptable? Who has that job? I've heard appropriate lighting will be used, but no real numbers confirming that. I also heard the term allowable limits. These signs are not currently allowed in Costa Mesa, so it's somewhat deceptive to say allowable limits. Since every area has different landscapes and what is standard or appropriate for one area may not be suitable for another, this particular residential area, it makes that decision for what's appropriate a very complex decision. So if signs are agreed to, would the city be setting a requirement of what's the low level lighting, what specific lighting brightness, and who's going to monitor these limits that are established? What happens when Triangle decides they want to change the lightscapes? Who's going to approve that? Do they have to come back to the city to get approval? These questions need to be answered before we move forward. And as mentioned, Costa Mesa municipal codes prohibit these electronic changeable signs. However, more and more of them are going up all across the city. How do the residents benefit from all this light pollution being pushed on us in favor of advertising? How many hours of the day will these signs at Triangle be broadcasting advertisement? It wasn't addressed. It needs to be addressed. These questions are what the community is asking for the Planning Commission to decide and let us know. Let's talk safety. It's been talked a lot about tonight. As so many people have mentioned, there's accident after accident at that intersection. It's extremely dangerous. So who's going to be responsible? Who's going to be liable for the first pedestrian that's going to get hit? Because it's going to happen. These lights are going to distract. It's already, I'm sure, very dangerous for bike riders, as mentioned previously. So who's liable for that? So let's be clear. Newport Boulevard is a boulevard, and it's not a freeway. Okay?
Mr. Chairman, 3 minutes time is up.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for your comments.
Mhm.
Okay, next speaker is Miss Arthur. You can unmute yourself, Miss Arthur. You're
Hi,
good for 3 minutes.
staff. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Well, some of you look like you're tired. I don't blame you. I'm tired too. It's way past my bedtime. And I'm particularly tired of having this conversation because this has been off and on our radar for over 10 years now. My husband and I are Eastside Costa Mesa residents. We have owned our home for over 25 years. We love the unique features of Costa Mesa and the ability to walk and drive virtually everywhere we want to go. We walk to Mother's Market. We walk to Triangle Square. We bike to Triangle Square. My husband rode his bike to the FedEx at the courtyard behind Triangle today. And as many others have pointed out, this is an incredibly dangerous area for pedestrians and bicyclists. And that has to be part of this conversation. Since the city acquired the property in roughly 1990, the city has continued to grant undue special privileges to this property, and I am not sure why. As Ms. Guinness pointed out, this property is being transformed into nothing more than the support structure for a billboard, questionable under city codes. Aside from concerns related to safety, degraded property value that will ensue for all properties in close proximity, as cited in multiple studies by Scenic America, additional light pollution, and the fact that we have to live with this forever, I have a major issue with turning Triangle into a massive billboard. We are already bombarded by advertising in our daily lives, on our cell phones, our mobile devices, social media, our TVs, virtually every streaming service, bus stops, et cetera, et cetera. Do we really need to assault our residents and all the people who drive around this property in the surrounding area with more advertising vis-a-vis a 2,700 square foot lighted digital sign that's going to change every 8 seconds? I understand why on-premises properties would like additional signage, but why on earth would we allow off-premises, AKA third-party advertising? What percentage of digital space will on-premises tenants be afforded versus the third-party paying clients? Ms. Newman, the consultant, said on-premises tenants would be provided free advertising. Where exactly is she referring to? Is that just the freestanding lighted sign or the digital billboards themselves? If it's just the opportunity to advertise, then will a place like Cafe Sevilla be able to compete with ad dollars with the likes of Audi, which was a previous example? Anecdotal comments about bringing in more tenants are worthless if third-party advertising is allowed. There is no guarantee that this property would be full if these signs are approved. As Ms. Guinness pointed out, the proposed development agreement indicates that any city interests could and would be subordinate to those of the mortgage holder. Who's going to monitor the content and the lighting limits and whether or not they meet the letter of the agreement? Fashion Island, South Coast Plaza don't have billboards. Why does Triangle need them? Aside from allowing the owner to make a—
Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt, but the 3 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Arthur. I think the next caller, Chris, Chris has already spoken. Unless it's a different Chris.
Chris, it's your time to speak, but if you've already provided public comment, you can only provide it once.
Yes, I've already spoken before, so I'll pass.
Thank you. Next public speaker, telephone number ending in 8869.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. Triangle Square has been a problematic property from the beginning and has continually gotten exceptions. And like a previous speaker, I want to know why too. Why does one property, one business owner, one entity get special privileges? The signs will be expensive, and I seriously doubt that small businesses and those at Triangle Square will be able to advertise there. And maybe even if they are provided some free advertising, it might be at really late or early or not at the most highly trafficked and expensive times for the signage and billboards. And Triangle's just had issues. It's not that people don't know it's there. They just don't want to go because it's hard to park. It's awkward. It's something with psychology and with just spatial orientation does not work, is not conducive, and more signs will not help that. It will not bring businesses to Triangle Square, and the large corporations will advertise, and really the only people this benefits, or the only person, is the owner of Triangle Square, because who's going to rake in the bucks with the advertising dollars. And why are we as the city and as residents and you as commissioners responsible for the profits of Triangle Square? Any normal person would have known that it's a dog, no offense to my dogs. And it has been from the beginning. I mean, if you bought it, you knew what it was. So that's just sort of what it is. If we do this, we're basically prostituting our city. We're saying it's for sale. It's a conflict of interest. So we have laws and ordinances that say this is not allowed, but then we're going to bend and twist the law until we conform it to make it work for this one property. That's just saying, if you got some coin to throw at us, we'll make it happen for you. And that's wrong. Especially when it's at the backs of residents and at the safety of residents. These are some of the most dangerous intersections in the city. The billboards are low. They're going to be changing content often. Distraction might not be the intent, but it will be the effect of it. And then it will increase liability to the city. I heard the presenters or someone say they will pay for attorneys of the city's choosing. Excuse me, why are attorneys even needed? And that means that basically you're then saying any accident that happens in that intersection, someone can then just sue the city and say it's the fault of the signs. That's ridiculous. Why would the city want to incur such a liability? And then for a possibility of 90-year extension, that's just insult to injury. And the contract is like Swiss cheese. It depends who the mortgage company is, LLCs. I think you need 10 attorneys to figure out how this crap's going to shake out. And also with trying to monitor content of those signs, good luck with that. You're just stomping on people's First Amendment rights. And though this owner might
Mr.
agree,
Chairman,
it might be
the 3 minutes time limit is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, and we have, I think, Carrie Weisbrook.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, commissioners. About 10 years ago, the residents of Costa Mesa opposed massive electronic billboards at Triangle Square. And here we are again, 10 years later, with a new owner, new building name, the Triangle. and a new proposal of third-party advertising added to the list. Costa Mesa is named the City of the Arts. We've had the success of cooperative business and city projects for many years. Our relationship with the Sigerstrom family and business is a good example. The idea of finding a balance between quality of life and economics is key. I oppose the electronic billboards for the following reasons. The intersection of the 55 Terminus and 19th Street is one of the busiest in Southern California, and the danger of accidents and death will only increase with such a massive visual distraction, whether you're on foot, biking, or in a car. The proposal of third-party advertising is a slippery slope. While the ad revenues are possibly massive, the control is not. Dangling the carrot of the city profiting over time to achieve a long-term contract, 30 years, is daunting. We all know in the world of advertising, money talks, and the biggest companies with the largest advertising budgets always determine what is seen and for how much money. I can't imagine, no matter what the revenue, this would enhance our city in any way. On a more positive note, what would enhance our city? Create a walkable downtown with parking, safe pedestrian walking bridges from one location to the next. Imagine being able to walk from the library to the courtyards for coffee, go to Triangle for a movie without dealing with traffic. Or be able to safely cross Newport Boulevard on a walking bridge and have lunch and go shopping. This would create a downtown safely navigated by all ages with great potential for new business and a reason for visitors to stop in Costa Mesa. Thank you all for your time and for all you do. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much for your comments. And those other speakers, this should be our last public speaker, Holly Lucy. Or Losi.
Hi. Hi there, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So City of Costa Mesa Commissioners, I would simply like to read my submittal letter to you all. My name is Holly and I am the Director of Marketing for Cafe Sevilla. I want to express that I am speaking on behalf of 120 fellow employees that I stand beside and the many hundreds more employed by the tenants in Triangle Square. I would like to extend my strong personal support for the new signage plans that have been presented to the city. I have a sincere and special place in my heart for Triangle Square. I was born and raised in Costa Mesa in 1985 and was there on the very day that Triangle Square opened in 1992. I stood in the crowd with my family as the band The Aquabats played upstairs outside the very same patio that we now occupy. I've been to the movie theaters countless times, joined 24-Hour Fitness, and have made many memories at Black Knight, Yard House, and even Saddle Ranch before we took over the space. Sorry, I'm having some connection issues. I've seen this center go through cycle after cycle, never quite living up to the expectations of the community and the hopes of the tenants, the owners, and the employees that have invested into the center, and in the hopes of the tenants who hope to be there long term. I want that to change. When Sevilla's owners who reside in San Diego asked me whether they thought Triangle Square was a good option for a new restaurant location, I was excited and also nervous, knowing its history. I knew that we would need the support of the city and the community to make it a success. So far, we have received that support, and I'm truly blown away from it. We have restaurant locations in San Diego and Long Beach, and I've never known support like this by the community. And we were only open for 2 days before closing for COVID-19 mandates. Now we have another hurdle that I believe to be extremely important to our future success. I believe that our new signage will help to put a spotlight on Triangle Square, a spotlight the center needs and that the tenants need, and on Costa Mesa as a greater whole. The signage is an important part of presenting ourselves as a new, fresh, and exciting place to be. There are several strong tenants, and we plan to act as an anchor tenant for many years to come. We hope to have already demonstrated our support for the community, just as a leadership and community has shown us the same support. We hope that you will consider and approve the new signage plan. For those that are expressing neighborhood and advertising concerns, I ask that you think of those employees that are employed by this center and how important this signage could be to our tenancy. I also want anyone who disagrees with me to imagine what would happen to this property if it was raised. We would get a CVS, a Walgreens, someplace like a non-local place that no longer represents Costa Mesa. Let us make the decision to make this iconic property a lasting one. We need your community support. Thanks everyone for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one, Julie, anybody else in public comment? I don't see anybody.
Not at this time, but if anybody else would like to provide public comment, please raise your hand. There's no one else, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
I will close the public comment portion.
You're on mute, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I just noticed that. Yes, thank you. We'll bring so we'll close the public comment portion of the public hearing and bring back up to the commission for questions of the applicant. Commissioner Zick has his hand raised, so the floor is yours, sir.
I may have a couple of questions for the applicant. Would you want me to pose those now or give them the opportunity to respond to what they've also heard?
That's a good question. So Ms. Newman, if you'd like, why don't you go ahead and offer your rebuttal to public comments? That's a good suggestion, Commissioner Zick. Thank you.
Cora Newman. I guess I'd ask you, Chairman DeArco, how long do you think that we're going to be going tonight? Are we going to go till midnight, or because there's a lot of materials here, and I think everybody's
not if I can help it, and we'll see how efficient you are in responding to.
We like that attitude.
Rebuttal.
Well, I'm going to be pretty efficient. I would like Miss Katie Newman to respond to the community outreach comments, because she did manage and handle that. And we had 2 meetings for the Broadway community, so I'm surprised that anybody didn't feel they got noticed. We personally went over to the Church Street house, which both the husband and wife just talked about that. And I went there personally, and I called them and I emailed them. So that's a little hard to understand that somebody doesn't feel like they were outreach to, because that's extensive outreach. But in terms of the bigger picture, Katie, do you want to answer?
I just wanted to give some specifics on, so we reached out to the entire community of Blue Soul Apartments. We also reached out to all of the residents of Pacifica at Newport Plaza, and all the targeted mailings that we conducted for community outreach were sent to both the resident or the person that could be leasing. So it was sent to the site address, which means the address, the street address, essentially, for all units, along with the property owner on file. And when it comes to East Side Costa Mesa, so we went from 19th all the way down to Magnolia, and we went as far back as Orange Avenue, which I believe is my guesstimate would be an additional 500 feet of notification from the radius that's required by the city of Costa Mesa. And I personally went through every single parcel, commercial and residential, and to address both the tenants again and the property owner on file. And we also went down Church Street as well. I think 5 blocks or so past the radius boundary. And I have also been in personal contact with the Martin family to make sure that they understood when the hearing date was coming forward. And we've had several email exchanges in addition to meeting with that family in person.
Thank you, Katie. So we are professionals in community outreach, and we have provided the best service that we know how to do in that regard. I think the grouping, so what I heard, you heard from our tenants, and I think that was one of the things that we were requested to make sure that you heard, that this definitely will make a difference to the businesses in the Triangle. And you heard from 3 new tenants, potential tenants, that it will make a difference to their business.
Willing to sign a lease tomorrow.
And there's people that are willing to sign leases as soon as if we got through this process. So I think have demonstrated very strongly to you and clearly to you that it definitely will make a difference to the Triangle Square, and the longevity and to the Triangle Square. The issues with the 25% revenues going to the city and the issues with who regulates this, that discussion is completely contained in the development agreement. And I think that city staff and the city attorney, that topical area should probably be handed off to them, because the development agreement does give the city very clear ability to restrict and to oversee and to police these signs. Additionally, as we've noted, which for some reason, I don't know that I was being clear, but the conditions of approval, and I've listed those for you, they're in your packet. They clearly stipulate how these signs are to be operated. And those are, as you know, are conditions of approval, and the police power of those is, yes, you can shut down the sign program if we do not follow those rules. That's why they're called conditions of approval. It's a conditional approval that you have to follow the set of rules that go along with the approval, if we can get to that point. So all the police power is given to the city, both through the conditions of approval and the development agreement. The revenue share, so the commission has every right to look at the DI. Well, that's your job, if you so wish, to proceed with this process, which we hope you do. The way that the dollars are allocated between the operator, the tenants, the city, all those things are up for discussion. There is a timing, which we talked about. I hope I clarified to Commissioner Zick. I think that language does need to be tightened up on the 3-year component of the DA. Our intention is the city would get all of that money. The intent of that section of the DA is that the 3 years is collected in some kind of an escrow account, and that, and I might not be using the exact legal word, but it would be collected from the property owner, from the applicant, and then we would pay back the full 3 years at the end of that 3 years. We're not trying to get out of that agreement. If the language needs to be tightened up to be more clear, we're more than open to agree to that. There's no intent to change the agreement. The traffic issues, I think that we can't change what is. Triangle Square is there. If people don't like it, we have to accept that, but we're trying to make it better. And there was a lot of testimony that Triangle Square would never be any good. It's never been good. It's horrible. Hate it. Well, we can't do, we can only make things better, and it is there. And
tenants saying that they'll sign.
And the tenants are saying that this will make a big difference to them. You heard almost every tenant in Triangle Square say that tonight, which I was very thrilled to hear that testimony. There also, I think, could be discussed in the development agreement, and maybe we need to take a continuance to look at these details, because I think we're all really tired. But the third party, one of the things I heard a consistency in the testimony that was opposed to what we're proposing is this concept about non-tenant advertising. And should there be a limit to that in the DA, we're more than open to discuss that component of the DA. The other thing that I did say, which is true, that some people, I guess, didn't feel that I was stating this clearly. Yes, the tenants, the whole point of this proposal is to improve Triangle Square. The tenants at Triangle Square will get their advertising on the signs for free. That's the point. The only people that will pay for the signage is third party. So of course we're motivated to have some of that allowed, because that benefits the tenants, it benefits the center, so that it can improve itself. But if the commission so wishes to put some tightening language in the DA about those topics, we're more than willing to address that when you're wanting to get into that discussion, whether it's tonight or in a continued hearing. I guess finally, there was a lot of discussion about who controls the content. We've talked about that many times, that the city controls the content. It's in the DA. It's very specific. It's, you know, obscene language, et cetera, is strictly prohibited in the development agreement. I think one of the last speakers talks about who administers or polices the level of brightness, who has that job. That again is the city's job, but we have to prove if this project gets approved, one of the conditions of approval, I think it's condition number 13, states very clearly that the light degrees have to be measured in the neighborhoods before this actually can be up and running. So there's a very strict thank you. There's a very strict language in there that says an independent third party would have to go out and measure the light from these signs before they can be operational, and they have to meet the measurements that we've stated in the lighting study and in the conditions of approval. So the city has all the police power in monitoring these signs. And who is liable? The city attorney in the very beginning of the meeting already said that in the development agreement, the applicant is liable and they have to pay all the lawsuit costs if they so happen, which we hope they don't. I think that's pretty much it. We again, if the commission wishes to, because of the lateness of the hour, to take the commentary and areas that we need to refine this, we're more than happy to take a continuance tonight, but we do think that all the answers are here. It's just, it's getting very late, but they're all in the agreements, the conditions in the staff report and the lighting study. All the answers are contained in your city's documents. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Newman. Well, I certainly want the commissioners to be able to ask their questions of the applicant tonight and any additional ones they have for staff, and then we'll see what the commission's pleasure is at that point. So we'll start with Commissioner Zick on questions of the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Corley, thank you for that summation. I think you provided an answer to a question I was probably hesitant to ask and was probably only going to ask later, but you essentially have given me some indication of an answer to the question of your willingness to accept a continuance. I'm not proposing that at this moment, but I did want to acknowledge that that is a question I had, and you have given me some indication of an answer. Another question I have, and it's a question, and I'm not trying to be argumentative in the way I ask it, but, and it's either a question to you or to Tyler, but the question is this. In 2017, when this project property was purchased, obviously there was no entitlement for these electronic billboards. The odd shape of the property was known. Presumably the issue of limited or no pedestrian traffic was known. Presumably, given the leasing history of the property, maybe the statement that poor decision-making by prior ownership was something that was known at that time. So my question is this: what was the strategy or thought process at that time to make the center successful? Obviously, in the absence of having electronic billboards, what was the strategy at that time to make the center successful?
I guess I believe in the fundamental nature and the core property, and the fact that it's in such a good area and that I believe it can become successful. I did consider the thought of signage being able to help and make that goal happen. But ultimately, I didn't expect for the center to fall apart the way that it actually did. As soon as we bought it, sometimes you don't know. I mean, we lost a few tenants, and I didn't expect them to leave. And the reality is that I still think it's an amazing property. I conduct my tours. I try to attract people to the center, and the only thing that I can think of that I know can help me get the deal done is signage, because I know that if I propose signage to a new tenant, that they'd be willing to take a risk here. And
That's been the feedback.
and that's been the general feedback. I have someone who'd be willing to sign a lease tomorrow if I got this approved tonight.
So
and I have multiple people, and what was that?
I was going to finish, and I think that Commissioner Zick, to your question, it's been an iterative process for Mr. Mateen. He was hopeful in 2017 that the existing tenants would stay, but what's happened is that the conditions in 2017 have eroded. It's not the center that he bought, and it's gotten to the point that, on top of COVID, that's another condition that no one could predict. No one could predict a pandemic. He has found, in talking to potential new tenants and to his existing tenants, as you heard tonight, that these signs, which are occurring in a lot of major shopping centers, Irvine Spectrum, the Irvine company, just got their LED signs. And when you read the testimony in that hearing, one of their big points was, this is the wave of the future, and this is what's going to make Irvine Spectrum vital and current. So I think that's the answer. Things have evolved and changed.
Okay, and I appreciate that response, and Tyler, I appreciate your honest answer about your thoughts and your approach at that time. So here's kind of my other couple of questions. So Cora, when I hear you say that there are certain elements that are up for discussion, that you're willing to discuss, and some of those things may be in response to questions that have been raised where the answers haven't been quite clear, and maybe it takes a little more work, maybe a little more staff work to get some of that clarity. But I'm also having this as a question, because I want to understand to what extent there are things that in your mind are up for discussion. So let me ask you this. There's been a tremendous concern about safety and the impact of these signs to drivers, which by definition is going to be a distraction for them. They're designed, the signs are designed so that the drivers will see them. That by definition is a distraction. Let me ask you this. That's the foundation for the question. Let me ask you this. If the signs didn't swap out every 8 seconds, but instead were stationary for a longer period of time, let's just say 30 seconds, is that concept to you a deal breaker, or is that something that you would say is up for discussion?
It's up for discussion.
Okay.
And we know from our lighting engineers that the most appropriate, if you're going to increase that time, would be to 20 seconds.
Okay.
That would be our preference, but yes, we're open to that discussion.
Okay, and I appreciate that.
Okay.
Something that has not come up at all, but I'm going to ask you about it anyway. It hasn't come up as far as I know in terms of an issue from the public, and that is the current condition of approval that allows the signs to run until 2 in the morning. If that were scaled back to midnight, that concept, is that a deal breaker, or is that up for discussion?
That's up for discussion. We'd be open to that.
Okay, and then last, and this is maybe the, I was going to refer to this as an elephant in the room at one point, but the idea of this third-party signage. The thing that was clear to me is that the tenants absolutely want to be able to advertise their businesses. That's clear. That's completely natural and understandable. Not a single one of them, to my ears, said, and oh boy, do we look forward to having advertisements for everything outside the center. They're interested in their businesses. And I'm leading up to my question. And one of the things that that you made clear early in the presentation is that one of your big priorities is to revitalize the center, to bring in more tenants, to fill vacancies, and in so doing, add jobs. So my question is this, and I'm going to exaggerate the point to understand where your thinking is. If there were no off-site ads allowed on these signs and only signs that advertise the businesses at that location were allowed, is that a deal breaker or is that open for discussion?
Say percentages.
So this is Tyler speaking. Thank you, John, for asking all these questions. I think they're very good. I think that the tenants and the center are both aligned in that we want to see the center improve and we want to spend money back in the center. I think third-party advertisement allows us an opportunity to develop income that otherwise wouldn't come. And as you know, I'm sure we're experiencing major cash flow problems. And so I think there's two ways to look at it. One, yes, I'm open to a percentage, but I'm also open to a guarantee of a certain amount of the net revenue that we receive from the offsite advertisement to go directly into capital improvements at the property. I've got so many things that I've got to do there, and the property is just so behind, and I can't find the money to be able to make these things happen. And the tenants in the center as a whole are struggling because of that. And these advertisements, would really give us a lifeline and allow us to, operate in a way that we wouldn't be able to operate otherwise.
So what we're saying, John, thank you, Tyler. That was an excellent answer. What he's saying is that he would be willing to look at a way to take the monies, to have a section in the DA that says a certain percentage of the third-party ad dollars need to be designated right back into the center. So he's willing to appropriate those dollars and put it in the agreement that it would go back into Triangle Square. So I don't know what the percentage is, but yes, we're open to discussing that for exactly what you're saying.
Okay, I have thoughts about your response. I want to thank you for answering my question.
Okay.
Questions. And I think that's it, Mr. Chairman, for my questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let's go Commissioner Stevens and then Vice Chair Colbert.
Yeah, thanks. Those were really good questions, Commissioner Zick, and some of them were on my list, particularly the discussion at the end about being willing to drive more of this offsite ad revenue back into the property. So, but what I'd like Tyler or Mr. Mateen or Ms. Newman to be able to talk about, particularly Mr. Mateen, is so what is that? I mean, you talk about it, things you want to do, things you want to improve. Can you give us some more discussion about, like, if you had the money, let's say you had $1.5 million, what would you do with the property today? What would be your plan going forward 5 years? If you had the property for 10 years, would you do some of these things that are discussed? For example, somebody mentioned a bridge or safety issues or whatever. How would you improve the property?
So, okay. Thank you for asking that question. First things first, there's so many ways that I could improve the property. One, I need to replace all the flooring. I think that the flooring is extremely slippery. It's not waterproofed correctly. It's a major hazard, so I need to replace that. And I'm already working on a budget to improve the flooring. Second, I want to start doing programming and art installations at the center so that during the holiday seasons, I have the ability to entertain people, not just at the restaurants or whatever, but in the common areas that make something more engaging than just, going to a restaurant. I want to be able to modify the ecosystem that's at the center so that it's more attractive and that I can attract more people to come there for the tenants. I want to improve, it's like kind of bouncing off, but I want to improve all the signs as I'm proposing right here. There's a number of different capital expenditures that I could do on a more permanent basis that would help the property. I could put new benches around everywhere. I could improve the parking situations in ways by putting upgraded parking systems that tell you where the parking spots are available and help the flow of traffic that people were talking about. I could the list could go on for days, really. I have so many things, like I have broken generators we have 4 generators that power the whole center. 3 of them are broken. We're surviving on 1 right now. And I don't have a budget to pay to make the other ones work. And sometimes we have major flooding downstairs. There's just, I could write you a list, but just in general, there are so many things that I would do with that capital. And that's why I feel comfortable designating even 50% of whatever the revenues that we get from the signs directly back into the center. I'm okay with that. So,
Mr. Mateen, maybe this is none of my business, even as a commissioner or resident or whatever, but this is I know this center very well, and I'll talk about it maybe later if we have time. But it seems to me like in its heyday, in the old Nike Town, Gwen Stefani, No Doubt day, the target market for the center and the mix at the center was more focused on a family experience.
That's correct.
I definitely had that. As time went on, and then we got the nightclub Sutra, we had some Saddle Ranch, of course, and then the El Corazon, and then eventually La Vida. The target market seemed to be more of a young adult, maybe married people with no kids. Not a lot for children there, apart from, there used to be a candy store there, a yogurt store. There used to be all kinds of stuff there for kids. My son took some of his first steps there. He's 29 years old. So do you have any thoughts about how to mix up the
tenant? Yes. Target? So right now we're dominantly a nighttime center. If you go there during the day, it's completely dead. If we turn it into a daytime center, which is why I want to bring Cha-Cha Matcha there, which is that matcha shop, I would like to we have a vacancy, we have many vacancies where I could put a playpen type jungle gym for kids, like where the dome is. I was talking to someone about that a while back. Again, this person wasn't willing to take the risk to come to the center. Ice cream, we can do all that stuff. That's definitely, if I could build in daytime traffic, it would be a major benefit to the center, and I'm very open to that. So absolutely, that is something that I think is very possible. And if I had the ability to attract national brand tenants, I could do that. And we wouldn't just be a nighttime center.
Okay, thank you. I've got a question for Tarquin and a question for Jennifer Rosales, if she's still around, or Raja, if he's here. So my question for Tarquin is, you said earlier, and I don't mean to push back on you, Tarquin, but you said earlier that, I think you said in response to one of the Commissioner Zick's questions, pursuant to the section 7.1, that there would be some type of indemnity or defense for accident cases. And that was brought up by a lot of people in the public comment. I don't see it there. I don't see any such indemnity there. So first of all, is that really what, do you really interpret it that way? I don't interpret it that way at all. I see that this is lawsuits that have to do with voiding or attacking the entitlement, not if there's a lawsuit as a result of some car accident. And then the second thing is, I don't see anything here that requires any certain level of insurance, or that we would be, the city would be an additional insured, because, with all due respect to Mr. Mateen, I don't know what his net worth is, but it's less than State Farm insurance. So, what are we doing to protect the city if there is in fact a lawsuit by a driver and they make the allegation that it was caused in part by the distraction of the signs?
Mr. Chair, it looks like we may have lost Tarquin.
Okay, I'll move on to Jennifer's thing because it ties together. Tarquin's coming on. So Ms. Rosales. So there's two things always to consider when you've got safety. You consider keeping it safe, which is the most important thing. No accidents, right? The other is, if there's an accident, is the city covered from a liability perspective? So I just asked that question, the second part of Tarquin. But for you, Mr. Rosales, we have some people in the public who are straight out saying to us as a commission, this is a dangerous circumstance. And if we allow this, there will be crashes and loss of life and injuries and so forth. And I know no one on the council would want that to happen, and no one on the commission would vote for it if that is in fact the case. So we also know, I think, that signs and distractions on the road are ubiquitous. There's signs all over the place. They may or may not result in crashes. So again, tell us again, I think you said it earlier, is what is your understanding of the likelihood that these signs would in fact lead to more crashes, more injuries, potentially more deaths in the city? And what is the connection, the causal connection between LED signs of this nature and crashes?
Okay, all right. So Planning Commissioner Stevens, staff reviewed past research and studies that have been done looking at the presence of digital billboards versus an impact on crashes. And all the studies that we reviewed, it did not show an increase in crashes relative to digital billboards in terms of actually crashes versus presence of the digital billboards.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Preziosi, you're on now. Now we're assuming that there is a crash and somebody blames it on the city and they sue the city. I don't see any protection for the city in this contract, nor do I see any requirement of insurance. Where are we protected?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Stevens. Two issues. The first response goes to the conditions of approval and the conditions to indemnify. And I read those conditions as broad. In essence, any action that would be caused by the city's approval, because remember, the city isn't building these billboards, it's simply permitting them, which ties into the city's approval. So I would be very comfortable with tendering that defense if there was a car accident and the city was named as a defendant, tendering that defense under the agreement under the conditions of approval to the owner. Specifically regarding the language of the development agreement itself, it does not provide, doesn't specifically provide defense for other than the approval. Nonetheless, I don't think the development agreement controls over the conditions of approval. However, that can be modified. And I would suggest that if any motion was made to approve this agreement, that would be one of the conditions that the commission would consider adding language in the recommendation to the city council if they chose to approve it. And the final item is insurance, and that's simply a stroke of the pen. I mean, if the commission wants the Triangle Square to provide insurance, one can do the standard $1 or $2 million insurance policy, naming the city as additional insured.
Thank you. Those are my only questions.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Colbert.
I'll try to be quick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mateen and Ms. Newman, thank you for answering the questions regarding community outreach. I think that was a bulk of some of my concerns. I think I only have one question related to that, and that was just really quickly, if you could tell me, you mentioned in one of the reports that we received that you did receive a number of return notices. By chance, do you have an idea how many return notifications you received?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was the Blue Soul.
Oh.
We talked to the apartment owner.
Oh, hi. So we, Commissioner Colbert, we did receive some bounce backs based on receiving incorrect information from the USPS of all places on the units in the Blue Soul apartments. It was I think probably a few hundred. However, to correct that issue, we reached out to the management. I actually went over there in person, and we sent all their entire email list of tenants for the 30th, the final citywide meeting. So they were invited twice.
Got it. Thank you. In terms of the development agreement on page 14, and this is kind of a staff piece, but also for you, Mr. Mateen. So it states that the development agreement, one of the key findings for this in the staff report talks about the promotion and encouragement of development. I appreciate that you did talk about the reinvestment in the property. Is there an opportunity for, in terms of me thinking of guarantees to promote and encourage, when you say ensure, that to me that ties to a guarantee. Outside of the proposed percentage based off of the revenue, would there be an opportunity or would you agree to a base, like an annual payment, irregardless of performance based off of the market?
I would agree, yes.
Okay.
He means to the city.
Yes, to the city, I would agree.
Correct.
To a minimum. Yes, that's correct.
So, and I think a piece of that would be the minimum would be guaranteed annually, and then based off of market performance, whatever profits are made, we'll still get that.
That's correct. Yes, I would agree to that. Yes.
And then in terms of thinking about, I think you answered the questions related to strategy that I've had. One thing that was said that I wanted to get your take on, Mr. Foley, I think he was the retail leasing agent, called it a concrete jungle instead, that it would fail without the sign. But one of the key things that Cafe Sevilla said subsequent to that is that they were an anchor tenant and they came prior to the sign, not knowing that it could even be proposed. Would you agree that you had a strategy in place to attract and recruit tenants?
Well, every single tenant that we've attracted to the center, we've told about the signage plan, and we've used it as a way to, attract them to the center. So I did use it. I didn't guarantee that it would be approved. I said that we've been working on it, and we know that it would add value if it were to be approved. In that case, they were willing to sign the lease and move on it. We toured the space many times. They developed conviction into the space. It's a much better space than most of our other vacancies. We have a 20,000 square foot box on Newport and Harbor that's completely vacant, which Sean, who called in from Aspire Salon, which would be willing to sign a lease in that entire 20,000 feet with the presence of the signs. And that's been empty for a very long time. We had Keys on Main on the bottom, and they filed for bankruptcy and no longer operate there. There's other vacancies that have been empty for a very long time, and those are more conceptual type spaces that are harder to fill up, and those are the ones that will definitely be very impacted by the signs.
Okay, thank you for that. My next question is related to the duration, the 36-month or the 3-year part of the payout before revenues begin to pay to the city. Will the applicant be opposed to a shorter duration, or does the performer not allow for that?
No, we do. We already said that.
Yeah, we would agree to that. And in fact, I've had suggestions on different types of payment schedules. And it would be around, and if this is something I was thinking about, but something like 0% the year one, 10% year two, 15% year three, and then 25% year four. And then for every year after that, 25%.
All right. And then just as a follow-up question to that, I think Commissioner Zick kind of touched upon this, but based off of the proposed hours, would you be willing to amend the signage advertisement to weekday midnight and to weekend 2 a.m.?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
And then in terms of if for some reason, if the development agreement is not approved or by the commission or council, I'm sorry, it's not approved by the council, what is the path forward? Will you do an investment in the sign program minus the LED signage?
Right now, I'm struggling to find the money to stay open, quite honestly. I've been having to do capital calls on a quarterly basis. We have like a net out cash loss of a lot of money. And so it's been really difficult. So my intent would be to try to fill up the space with my hands tied behind my back, but to continue to try to find tenants and to attract them, incentivize them with greater TI packages or whatever I could to really fill the space up. It just makes it much more difficult. And, you know, I'm working on it, but I'm trying. It's just,
okay.
You know.
I hear you. Thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to see if I can get through a few of these. And Mr. Preziosi, this is probably best for you. So this is on the development agreement, although I'm actually pretty astonished that we've focused so heavily on it. I mean, I understand why we're focused on it, but I have some bigger issues I want to get through. So it talks about beginning 3 years after the quote commencement date. Is that the commencement or the actual execution of the development agreement or the implementation of the signage program when the LED things come on and they start generating revenue?
Generating of revenue.
Is this to me or is this?
It's to either the Mr. Preziosi or Mr. Mateen or both of you. I mean, commencement date seems to me when you commencement of the signage program when the lights come on or when the agreement's signed.
No.
Chair D'Arcol. Commencement date is specifically defined. Page 15, 1.1.7 commencement date means the date the term of the agreement commences.
And what? So give me that. What was that again? Where was that in the agreement?
It's on page 15, 1.1.7. Commencement date means the date that the term of this agreement commences.
Okay, so he's going to be paying us money even before he's generating revenue from the signage, is what you're saying?
Potentially.
That's not the way that it's written now because I have no guarantee, but if there were to be a guarantee.
So here's the deal. The development agreement to me is really not good. I have a lot of problems with it. And this is just an illustration of it. I am not ready to pull the trigger on this at all tonight, one way or the other. I don't like the development agreement in a lot of areas, and I need to have, I have questions about, for the staff, can we produce minutes or some kind of record of the formulation of ordinance 13-112 that gives us a clear picture of the intent the council had when they adopted this ordinance, particularly relative to whether or not those elements that are strictly prohibited under 13-112 can be suddenly unprohibited in a planned signing program. My guess is, and I'm going to ask the question, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 prohibitions under 13-112 standalone. And my guess is our rationale is under a planned signing program, all 12 of those are possible. So why do we even have a prohibition on these items if you can pull them off under a planned signing program? What's concerning to me is that the findings that we're being asked to make relative to 13-112, a planned signing program, general plan policy and objectives, this ordinance is all out of lockstep with that. What the general plan says we can do in terms of a signing program and being more creative, this ordinance doesn't allow it. And I am not clear whether or not the intent of the planned signing program relative to 13-112 is there. This is not an aspersion on staff. They're saying the intent, that's what the intent is. I don't have a record. I'm, Commissioner Stevens or Mr. Preziosi would tell me a court would want to see what was, they have to interpret the intent was of the legislative body when they crafted an ordinance. I have no record on paper that says we're gonna prohibit all these, but we're gonna allow them off if they're part of a planned signing program. It makes the leap between the two just nonsensical to me. And I want to continue this tonight because I'm not ready with the development agreement, and I need to see some proof of the intent, because if the intent's not there, I cannot support this application because it's against the law. It's just against the law. So I have a whole bunch of other questions I want to ask, but I want to keep the public hearing open. If there's any other commissioners who have questions, that's fine. But I'm going to ask that I'm going to move that we continue this till the meeting of March 8th.
I will second that motion.
Okay, and I don't know if any other, and we haven't closed the public hearing, we're keeping it open, but any other commissioners want to comment? I see.
I would like to,
Yeah,
I'd like to comment on the motion.
Okay, so let's hear from the seconder of the motion, and then we'll also hear from Commissioner Stevens and Commissioner Torjay.
I think I agree with a lot of your sentiment, Chairman, that the documentation is not in a form, certainly not to your liking, nor is it to my liking. And there are two things I really do not like to do. One is to design projects from the dais. Second thing I don't like to do is to kick a half-baked plan up to council and then have them figure it all out from their dais. And so I believe that continuing this item allows us to get this in much better shape. I think that there's there's kind of a fundamental question that I think that some of us, try to answer when we're looking at these different applications, and it's, what's best for Costa Mesa. And it's really hard to answer that because everybody's got a different view of that. Well, we heard from a lot of members of the public what their view was. We've got a staff report that gives us information on sort of the view as a result of their analysis. We have the applicant's presentation that characterizes, in some respects, what they think is best for Costa Mesa. And at the end of the day, our job is to distill that down into a decision. And I'm concerned about a couple of things here. For example, I don't think this project gets any better as a function of how much money we, the city, get out of it. Doesn't make the project any better.
So I understand that, commissioners, and I want to allow you to keep on your comments. I just want all commissioners to remember that the public hearing is still open. So mind your words.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And so maybe I'll tailor some of my thoughts in this respect. I think the areas that need to be addressed, we've heard about. And I think there's a lot of hard work that needs to go in that. I think this project needs to match up against what our interests are and what I'll sort of leave it there. We don't own this property. It's not our job to make it successful. I'm interested in knowing what kinds of upgrades a property owner would make to their property. But at the end of the day, that's just interesting. That's just interesting. I have no obligation to support that plan financially. I'll just leave it at that. I support continuing this item. There's a lot of work that has to be done here to satisfy me.
Okay, Commissioner Stevens and then Commissioner Tourget. You're muted, Commissioner Stevens.
I agree with the maker of the motion that this and with the second that this, it's not the proposal and the staff report and the information, and particularly the development agreement, is not in a state right now where we could approve it and recommend approval and send it to the city council with that recommendation. I do agree with that. Here's my concern though, and I speak, I think, with some authority here, and I don't mean to hurt anybody's feelings that's on this commission, but this is a policy decision, and it will truly be decided on a de novo basis by the council.
Of course. Yeah.
And really it's an interesting deal here because it's, I mean, and I guess, I mean, maybe I haven't watched enough planning commission meetings, but it's like, this is a real clash of specific residence issues. It's got safety, and then it's got, you know, this, the hopefully helping to save this center, which I do think we have an investment in. And I think that those are all kind of interesting policies. But what I'm a little bit concerned, and I guess I don't have a problem with moving this to March 8th. It's only 1 month, but I don't want this to just kind of go on and just it be, you know, death by 1,000 cuts to the applicant, and then have him get to the city council and have him say, you know, oh, it's too, we don't want distracted driving, or we would never agree to an LED sign. You know, I do think we owe, I mean, what one person said to me when I was on council, all I want from you is access and a quick no. Right? So I don't want to string this, I don't want to string this applicant along, but I do agree that there's not enough here to approve it. So I guess they said that they were okay with the continuance, so I support it, but I really feel like we have to be careful about spinning our wheels only to have them go to the city council and then have them keep on spinning.
Okay, Commissioner Stevens, totally understand. I hate paper cuts. I can't even stand one, let alone 1,000. So I guarantee you there's only 2 issues that I'm interested in knowing about, and that will determine which way I vote. That's his bottom line. So That's for me. And I think, I hope the council appreciates that we're, as Commissioner Zick would point out, we're not sending them a half-baked pie. So, you know, I just think we're doing the work. I agree. I don't think we need to string them out. I do feel for Mr. Mattini. He's been doing this for a year now, and almost a year. And we'll try to give him an answer as quickly as possible. So, Commissioner Torje.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say, you know, I don't think we should be designing from the dais, as Commissioner Zick said. We could go through and try and create something in this development agreement that is that the applicant agrees with, that we could send to City Council, and then we would be designing their proposal. And I don't think that's a strong option, and I think continuing is wise. My question at the beginning about intent was what the chair had mentioned. What is the intent of the ordinance originally, and how do we know that that was the intent? And that was a key flashing point for me during this project. And so, Chair, I appreciate you bringing that issue up, and I support the continuation.
Okay. Any other commissioners wish to speak to the motion? Raise your hand, please. Okay, seeing none, we have a motion on the floor to continue the item to the planning, leave the public hearing open and continue the public hearing until the regular meeting of March 8th. That was seconded by Commissioner Zick. So Julie, could we do a voice roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Jericho,
Aye.
Vice Chair Colbert,
Aye.
Commissioner Russell,
Aye.
Commissioner Stevens,
Yes.
Commissioner Toller.
Nay.
That was a nay, correct? No?
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Torje? Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Jenna.
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Zick?
Yes.
That motion carries 6-1 with Commissioner Toller voting no.
Okay. Staff, I would suggest that we hopefully have really good notes, and we need to get together with the applicant pretty quick, particularly on the development agreement issues. And I guess we suggest that we poll the commissioners in the interim to find out where their concerns are. And and you know where my issues are. We really need to, for me, develop a body of evidence relative to the findings. It's going to be important for me.
Chairman.
Who's speaking? Commissioner Vice Chair Colbert.
I have one question, and if this is allowed to staff I just want to understand just an item like this obviously has a long-term impact on the city. And typically when items like this are being proposed before or will go before council, they typically go before council in a screening or some sort. Is there a reason that this was not sent to council for a screening prior to coming to the commission?
I can answer that if you like.
Sure, go ahead.
Plan signing programs and in particular and development agreements, there isn't a process to have it move forward to council for a screening. A screening process is codified for certain urban plans in the city, but no other applications. So okay. That's the reason that it did not go to council first.
Okay.
So Commissioner Colbert, absent the development agreement and having this being Triangle Square, this would have been a zoning administrator decision. Wouldn't even come
I completely
to us.
understand that piece. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. That brings us to departmental reports, public services report. Do we have anyone tonight? It's Mr. Sethuraman. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I just want to point out that let you know that we have Sung Yang here. He is appointed as a city engineer. So just want to let you know of that. appointment.
Yes, we met Mr. Yang at our last meeting. Good to see you again.
Thank
He
you.
was acting back then, and now he's officially city engineer.
Oh, he's coming after your job next, Raja.
No, no, don't say that.
Okay.
I didn't hear that.
Okay.
Thank
Development
you.
Services report, Ms. Lee.
I'll keep it very brief this evening. I just wanted to reiterate, as a few commissioners did earlier in the meeting, that our housing element district-specific meetings are coming up next week, February 17th and 18th. We encourage our residents who are interested in participating in really defining the vision for housing for the future in Costa Mesa to visit our website. We do have a housing element update page. You can search Costa Mesa Housing Element and it'll take you right to it. And on that page, there are Zoom links that you can click on and log into our district-specific meetings. The first meeting is February 17th, 6 p.m. That's for District 1, 2, and 3. And February 18th, 6 p.m. for Districts 4, 5, and 6. So we encourage all residents to join us for that important conversation. That's my report for this evening. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thanks for all your hard work, Jennifer. I appreciate it. Mr. Preziosi, City Attorney's report.
No report this evening, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll stand in adjournment to our regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting of February 22nd. Good night, everyone. Thank you for all your hard work.
Night, everyone.